What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Isn't that cool watching live New York? That's New York right now. Good morning, Steve, Daffy, Lalit, nice name. Douglas, Steve, David, Chris, Sherman, Salam, and Crazy Life. How's everyone doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. You live in New York? Go find where that camera is. Jump in front of it. Whatever crossing that is, go find it, jump in front of the camera, start acting like a clown for us. We'll just stream that. Alright, let me get this off the screen for you guys. Y'all are probably tired of looking at that. This one. Nope. This one. Yep, there we go. I got a lot of things to click on. Times Square, okay. Well, now I know the crossing. I was wondering if that was one of the buildings. That's pretty cool. So yeah, we were looking basically right at the stock market part. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but what's up, everybody? Sorry, English is hard. Good morning. I think I'm gonna start doing that more, so I'll probably start streams earlier, and then you'll have that little display in front of you. I'm gonna try and add others, of course. I'm just trying to tinkering with stuff. But good morning. How is everybody? Yeah, my friend linked that for me. That was pretty cool. So we can delete this now. The reason I had it highlighted is because we can delete it now. We've had this typed up since like way back here because we had the range kind of pick up and hold right here. So I've had this typed for a couple weeks now. So we can delete this. We'll fix that in a bit. But now what we have to worry about, and honestly, who was impressed by yesterday's pump? That was awesome. And if you guys have been paying attention to the levels and focusing on everything I've been looking at, we've been looking at these same levels for weeks now, you know. But go check out that 5-minute time frame. Yesterday we ended up building base, holding into that range, and there was some decent moves to the downside yesterday. But I would say the move to the upside, especially after Jerome Powell came out and started talking, he definitely came out a lot more dovish and a lot more happy than people thought. So that was really good for the market to move up. But he ended up pushing it back up, right, to basically fill that gap. We have now completed that gap. The top of that gap is 408.78. We have now not just pushed that, but now we're above it. And this is what I want to get into next. So today, and honestly just moving forward, it's not even just today, this will play out into other trading days, of course, but we have pushed up above the gap fill. Now the thing to watch out for is to see, are we going to sit on top of it? Because if we sit on top, that's a very good sign for bulls to try and push this higher. We have 410 about right here. So generally, I would keep watch above 410, but you really want to see them hold support of this 406.80, 408.70s. So we're going to be paying attention to that. That's basically our bullish scenario. Our bearish scenario is that they come down and break the pre-market low. Of course, they have a huge distance, so even if they fell down to 400, you know, we'd still be in really good shape for bulls. But overall, that's what we have to keep our eyes on for short-term moves today. We can switch over to this one now. But I at least wanted to show y'all that. And I already added the previous day low, previous day open, which like those mattered today, right? And then the previous day high and close, which are basically at the same level. So there's kind of a combination of levels we need to look out for today. It's kind of like all of these. So let's keep watching this entire box, I guess you could say. So we'll be watching under 406s. And then to see if any of this area holds, we can look for bulls for bounces towards, looks like about 412 area. And then above 412, we have the 415. I can't even believe I'm saying these numbers out loud right now. This is insane. So, and yeah, a lot of levels to look at, but that's because we jacked up so much yesterday. So kind of just watching this general area today, between 400 and 415. This is kind of my area to watch out for today. This is probably the maximum they'll do today if they continue higher. This is probably the maximum they'll drop to if they continue lower. So this is what I'm looking out for today. But let's type that up real quick so I can at least have it ready. Buyers looking to try and hold the area between 406, 408, 50s. switch over 410 towards 411 60s, 412 80s, and I can't even believe I'm typing this, possibly 415s. Sellers looking to break that range towards 405, 403.50, and possibly 401/400. All right, so we got smaller time frame done for SPY. So that was a pretty crazy move yesterday, but still, regardless of whatever happens, you know, the levels are always going to be here to help us figure out. Also, dollar actually broke 105 today. I saw one of my friends type this in the chat, but beautiful break of 105.20s, which of course is just the first step of breaking this demand area. By the way, anytime you're clicking these and you get kind of glitched on just the pan tool, right now it's actually letting me switch it back. But sometimes you'll get stuck on the pan tool. Go down to the bottom right and you can click the tool again and it'll refix it. Sometimes it kind of glitches and it sticks on whatever tool you're using. I don't know if that's ever happened to anybody while using this taskbar up here. But that tends to happen here and there. But back to this is the first step to breaking demand. Like I said, if you want to see bulls continue higher, this is going to need to break lower. And they're doing a good job of that so far. They failed to push this higher back into the supply. They're now back in demand. They've broken the top part. They need to go break the bottom part at about 104.50s, 104.60s. If they can do that and then also hold under, again, kind of like today on the smaller time frames for SPY, not just break it, but retest and hold from under, which will probably take another couple days. Then this is really good sign for bulls moving forward. So that's one thing we'll be looking out for. But yeah, I wanted to bring that up because I saw we had cracked the first level, so just keep that on watch. Nothing crazy here. I'll drop the link in the YouTube chat if you guys really want this dollar chart. It's just kind of using supply and demand, and then I have a bunch of levels from the monthly time frame that stem from, like, here, I'll show you. All these levels that are over here are from like 2000, May of 2000 to 2002. So there's a lot of really old levels there. But then I'm using short-term supply and demand from recent price action. So that's what I'm looking at for. And remember, when I show this, it's just because we like to kind of use it for kind of confirmation outside of SPY. But anytime this moves down, it does bring bullish pressure into the equities and vice versa. So that's why we like to look at it. We already talked about SPY on the bigger and the smaller time frames. Talked about what we're going to possibly do, filling that gap. I mean, it's what we've already done. Now we're going to see if we can sit on top of it and try to push higher, or if we're just going to kind of fade lower. So just looking at the bigger time frame, there is a chance we could go all the way up to 412, possibly even 415. But you got to remember too, the pullback point is all the way down here at 403, 403.50. This was that level that we talked about a ton the other day. So if there is any pullback, 403, 403.50 is the area we need to look for. If they hold that, that's a very good sign for bulls. So keep that in mind. Here, I'll just type that now. I'm just going to type that. We'll leave that up there. Let's get back down here. All right, so let's go back to the smaller time frames for all of these beautiful charts. We've got a couple to go over. So pre-market high, previous day close, which is basically our previous day high, so we'll leave it at that, and pre-market low. So pretty clean levels above 78, 85. We can look for short-term pushes towards 80, possibly 81.60 as a farther target. If we see a push under 77, we have a really good target here at 76, 75, and 74.30s. And it actually used yesterday's price action as well, so that's beautiful. So we'll type up AMD. This one seems to always be a pretty good selection. And again, I'm just going to type some vague levels. Target, what'd I say? 80 and 81.60. I'll just say 50 because 60 is kind of weird. Low 77, target 76, 75, 74, 35. Alright, we got AMD done. That one's pretty easy. I didn't even have to add these levels yet. But we got our... And I'm glad I said 75. I didn't even do it yet, but there's a very strong level here right at 75. So good thing we added that. And then 73.35. So I need to finish that off, but got it there. Tesla, I don't even think I'm going to add the pre-market high. What's at our previous day close? The high is just too close to that 200. I think I'll just say 200 is the break above, and then we'll say whatever the bottom of pre-market is, 193 for break below. So that's pretty easy. Tesla above 200 target. Let me zoom out so I can actually see what I'm looking at. So we got 204.50 and 209.20. I think I'm going to say 202.50, then 204.50. And then I'll say 207, 209. Below 193 target. 191 30s. 190, 188. We'll leave it at that. So we got Tesla done. Apple, wow, beautiful. See how the levels are reacting to it. That's actually amazing. Yeah, we pretty much have to add Apple now. So 147, I think I'm going to delete that bottom one, but you guys see that I'm marking it. We're going to look at that. And there's really no need to add the previous day close, especially since it's in this range. So it's just going to throw you off and think, oh, we'll play off that. When in reality, you need to watch for 149.15 and 147. So you can leave it there if you want, but overall, the more important level is going to be the 149 and 147, which that makes it really easy for us. So we got Apple done. Good morning, Pike. Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, Keanu. What's up, Tobias? How you doing, man? Good morning, Clive. Been binge watching my videos. Which ones have been your favorite, man? Let me know. I definitely need to make more. I'm kind of lacking on making new videos right now, but yeah, I appreciate that. General Motors to you as well, Chloe. I appreciate that. Good morning, June. Good morning, Wolfman, Daffy. Good morning, everybody. Sorry if I missed you guys, but good morning to everyone. And yeah, Daffy, I did see that. If you go from our lows to right now, we are up over 20%, which indicates percentage-wise a bull market. So as long as the government doesn't change the definition of a bull market, you are correct. Hard to pick. They are all absolute chimp. You're too nice, man. Good morning, For Profit. Good morning, Kid83. How y'all doing? What's up, Kaizen? What's up, Sandollar? And what's up, guys? We almost have 100 people in here in the pre-market prep. I'm actually, it's not even the number of people that excites me. I'm more proud of you guys for actually waking up, taking the time to be here, you know, taking the crust out of your eyes to actually be here and pay attention to really good levels. Again, I'm not trying to be cocky, but these are really good levels, really good plans. I love the pre-market prep, and I'm honestly just really happy to see so many people waking up and being here. Shout out to you guys. Seriously, that's a mature decision because, again, a huge reason people don't succeed is they're not prepared. So good job, guys. Seriously, I mean, it takes work to get up every morning, to be here, to be inspired, to actually look at this crap. So great work. Pat yourself on the back. Especially, how many of you have been here all 4 days so far for my pre-market prep this week? But be sure to drop a like, guys. I normally target 50 likes. You guys completely destroy it every day, but I'm trying to be modest here. But let's aim for 50 likes today. We're 21 away. There's 100 people sitting in here. Let's try to get at least 20 more thumbs up votes on the video. But 1 second, guys. Let's finish going through this list, and we can look at other tickers. But let's finish this up. So we got our pre-market high, pre-market low, previous day close. No need to add that. Let's add this recent high. Come on. And then really nothing else. The levels are really intact. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this. It's kind of hard to see anyway. NVIDIA above 172.80 slash below 167.70s for scalps. Oh, let's type a space there. Alright, so we got AMD, Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA. I'm already really liking this list, just because the levels are already there. Normally, you know, sometimes you have to add some of these and be like, all right, I think I'm going to go off this one and then that one or this and that one, but the levels are just around it, you know, so there's no need to even to do any guesswork. Today's levels are pretty much set. Now, the question is, will we get movement today? Let me open this up. Yeah, there's definitely a level in between there. If I had to cheat, I was going to say 99, but 99.30 is perfect, so we'll say 99. Alright, so Amazon above 98, target 99, 100/165, and then below we have. Alright, so this is my dilemma on some of these, is I say short-term scalps because you can break pre-market low, and you have a level here, you have a great level here to target, you know, start shorting from here or wait for here and then start shorting to here, you know, so pretty decent movement to that level. But once you get to this level, it doesn't have to break. This could be a really good support for the rest of the day. So watch for good moves to this 94.30s, but if base builds here, just like it did here, this will be a very good bounce level spot as well. So you can look for bounces off some of these levels as they approach them again. So I'm going to add that high. So I'm actually going to say 95.20s, 95.25 for short-term scalps towards 94.30, possibly 93. Baba, finally they gapped down. We've seen multiple gaps on this one as China is trying to recover in multiple ways. But they gapped down today. It's probably people taking some profits. I don't blame them. This has been completely rallying. If you go to the daily, it's already back up under the 90s levels, which is just crazy to think about after we dipped down to 58 a share. So that one's kind of crazy right now. Let's go down to Netflix. I was going to say there should be a good level above. Right there at 315, it's right there. But it looks like above 308.30s, you can target 310, possibly 312. 315, though, is a very big level in there. Yesterday, I had jokingly said I'd be surprised if Netflix went to 290. Or even, and I said if it rallied, you know, you could target 300. I would have never have said 308, 310 area. This is a huge day for Netflix. So will they have another one? That's what we're looking out for. But pre-market lows right here at 304. I might even cheat and go off this level, to be honest with you all. This is kind of where price jumped up, held support, moved higher. So 303.30s is going to be a good short-term Netflix level. Above 308.30 / under 303. Yeah, 3. So I was like brain fart there. Short-term scalps. Meta. I don't think I'm gonna add this one. We'll definitely look at it though, because Meta is important. We can skim through those. Microsoft, full of levels. We'll just kind of gauge it. We don't have to trade it. Square might be a decent one. I like that they had kind of a tight extended hours range up until the last couple minutes, but it looks like some stocks did this pop as well. I removed Chewy from the list just because I really wasn't looking at it. Boeing, yesterday we took a really good short. Again, going off the daily time frame, I like that this is sat inside of the same candle for now more than 12 days. So that's pretty crazy. But the reason for us is for us liking to short it yesterday is because they were up against that resistance of that 12-day range. And we started shorting, I think it was around here somewhere. It was pretty early on. But we started shorting, and I ended up telling people to take profits into the previous day high, so as we were getting to it. And then I typed it again for the bot when it was breaking lower again. And I'm glad I was telling people to take profit, because that's where that rally started occurring. So if you would have still been in those shorts, you would have been screwed. But it looks like above 180.20s, we can still look for new moves. As long as they're rejecting this, you can continue to look for short-term scalps to the downside. But that'll be pretty impressive. And then I just have Berkby on the list because Devin calls it out a lot, and it's a pretty important weight. But I think this is a pretty good list for today. We don't need to add a bunch more. So let me copy this. Let me send it to everybody. Let me open it up so you guys can see all of it and don't have to worry about looking for it. All right, so there you guys go. But let me send this off to everybody real quick. How's everybody's morning so far? Today's watch list. All right. Good morning, Chad. Glad to have you in here for your first time. Be sure to check out some of the past live streams. This entire week has been free and public live streams for anybody who's just, you know, who's a subscriber to the channel. Is just welcome here. Wow, y'all already got the 50 likes. You guys are nuts. I appreciate that. 54 likes. Thank you guys so much. We can check out some of those tickers here in a minute. Every day. Using the emojis already. I see you, Vincent. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you. My experience has me biased on Thursdays now. Almost always too much chop until 2 hours before close. Thank you for 50 likes. Can we get 500? Right? Sand dollar. Knowing that though, you have awareness. Not, maybe not as much as market awareness or maybe, your experience or anything, but you have self-awareness. You understand how you react to some of these days. So control that. If you know that you have maybe not troubles with Thursdays, you just understand that it's not as comfortable to trade, then don't trade as much. A really awesome tactic is just to use less money or less positioning. Therefore, you're not in as much risk, and you probably feel a little bit more comfortable too because you understand you can handle the emotional part of that trade. So that's one thing you could do. If you see something you don't like though, if you're not comfortable, if something doesn't feel like it's just coming to you, ignore it because the trade itself should feel effortless, and if it's anything less than that, then there's something we need to keep reviewing or there's just something we're not ready on yet. And that's totally fine. Again, that's 100%. That's great. If it got any better, I just couldn't stand it anymore. Thank you, Hazy Trades. Appreciate you. Thank you guys for the early morning love. Seriously. Good morning, Bueller. What do you think SPY is doing today? Last SPY trade, this price, 408 or September. Yeah, 412 is kind of a big resistance for me as well. You said 411.60s. I think I have that exact level. If you jump out to the daily, and I think that's this candle. Yeah, 411.70s. The meat of it's 411. So this is kind of the candle everyone's going to be watching. But in reality, that's not the candle that, in my opinion, that's that important. I would more or less be watching the fact that we used to sit here as support. So it's really this, not even from this, but it happens to line up. But this is where we kind of had that short-term support before breaking down lower again. So this is kind of the range everyone needs to be watching, is this short-term support range, which is about, like you said, 411s up until 415, possibly even 417. It's crazy to even say that number out loud. So there is a chance we go see 417, 420 if we end up breaking past this. And that's why I'm not, discounting that scenario. You guys know me. I always like to cover bullish scenarios and bearish scenarios. That would be our bullish scenario, of course, because that would continue higher. Our bearish scenario would be to reject all of this, or once we get up here to reject all of this. So bears have a lot more work to do than bulls, of course, from this point. But you have to keep both sides on watch at all times, in my opinion, or you're just going to get blindsided. But make sure y'all guys have the daily watch list. I just posted it out to everybody who has it in the chats. Good morning. Good morning. All right, let me jump down to the smaller time frames. The market will be opening in about 20 or so minutes, 23 minutes. We are getting a nice bounce on that. That is something to pay attention to. And look at that, whoever that was just now, Min. You're saying 411.60s right there. I'm 1 cent off with you right there at 411.64. Which, let me remove this bottom level. We don't need both there. Let me pan this. With yesterday's huge rally, it kind of messes up the chart a little bit. I'll leave it like this. But looks like we are getting a decent short-term bounce so far. This is a good sign for buyers, so we are going to need to watch over the pre-market high. If they can break above that, it's a very good sign to at least push towards 411.60s and that 413 that you and me were just looking at. And yeah, the down trend line, I've been seeing that kind of trend around. Everybody's really fancy with the trend lines, of course, when it's important. But yes, the trend line above from the all-time highs down across the last couple resistances we had, that will be very important. And yeah, we'll probably have an initial rejection of it, but the thing to look out for is if we do break above it, can we hold on top of it? So if you are drawing that trend line that goes on top on the bigger time frames, that is going to be the important thing to break above. I'm just showing you all the levels so you have a factual part of it. The reason I don't draw trend lines as much as it's very perspective. So if you draw your trend line, it's not going to be the exact same trend line that I draw. And that's the case for most people who draw trend lines. So I just don't think they're as steady. But yes, the top trend line, Finite J, is going to be the that trend line that you're talking about. That's going to be very important to not just try to reject initially, but probably break above and try to sit on top. So yeah, that'll be pretty important. Good morning, Victoria. Glad to have you in here again. How are you doing? And thank you guys so much for the support on Twitter, Instagram. I've been getting crazy amounts of DMs on even Discord too. But thank you guys so much for just giving me so much support. Because yeah, I am still trying to find a place for these streams. If you guys saw what I tweeted today, I'm looking out to see, do I want to continue doing this for Discord servers or do I want to take this public? And I will most likely be taking all of this public in 2023. I just haven't decided yet. But yeah, if you guys see my tweet that I put this morning, feel free to go drop some feedback on it, just to give me your opinion on everything. From what I understand, the market rallied even with the rate hike in place. And yeah, Sonia is correct, whoever she's answering. I didn't see your question. Sorry about that. But yeah, they were already pricing in a 3/4 point hike, and then the closer we got to it, they started pricing in a 1/2 point hike. And that's not the reason we're rallying, but you have to see that the more the Fed is not as aggressive, the more this gives relief for people to buy up the market, because they see that they are slightly pulling back on being aggressive against inflation. So that's kind of one of the main reasons on why you've been seeing this rally, is because they're not being as aggressive, just in short. There's a lot of other reasons, though. That's just one short reason to give you just a vague response. We talked about the shorts covering day, and I also like that Tobias brought that up today as well. You know, we didn't just have buyers in the market yesterday, but we had the gamma squeeze occurring because too many people were shorting, or too many people were ready for this to just kind of sit sideways or go down, and then they had to close out their positions, which you can't just close out your short. You have to potentially buy it back, which helps the price increase. So Tobias, if you guys scroll up, had a pretty good explanation on just yesterday's pump. But that's a pretty good explanation on a bunch of the different pumps you guys have seen recently, especially the one that hit 348 and then bounced and held, that huge drop we had. Good morning. Second day here learning a lot. Awesome, Michael. I'm very happy to hear that. How's the music, by the way? Is it too loud, too quiet? I haven't been able to note yet. Some of you don't hear the music, some of you do. That's weird that you would hear me but not the music. Isn't that weird? You hear it now? I didn't even do anything. That's weird. It's not loud? Oh, okay. If I need to turn it up, let me know. What's up, Mel? Glad to see you in here again, man. What goes up must come down. Holding short, losing, want them to correct them. Some to get out before drop further. Yeah, and I would definitely say risk reward is here for bears, especially if we end up losing some of these supports, because we are very high up on some of these bigger time frame charts. To recession either way. Question is, will it be sooner, better for us? Or, yeah, exactly. That is kind of the question. It really is like, are they just going to go ahead and be super aggressive now and just kind of rip the band-aid off, which I would prefer. Of course, the economy wouldn't. Yeah, man, if I could play some Biggie or some rap in here that wasn't copyrighted, I would jam that all day. We'd be listening to hip-hop rap or I don't know, something a little bit more pleasing. But, I mean, the Japanese lo-fi isn't the worst. Good morning, learning so much. Thanks. Still paper trading, but you simplify things for someone who up until a week ago never knew about option trading. Damn. Okay. Well, I'm very happy to hear that, Tim. Take your time, man. Seriously, too many times, and this is the piece of advice that I feel like I say that goes through like 90% of people's ears. You know, in one out ear, out the other. But the biggest piece of advice I can give someone when they're jumping into options and trading, you know, how I like to trade with price action, is focus on the levels, focus on visualizing. Seriously, like go back in your levels, find good trades that happened, circle them, circle where you would have exited, you know, first target, staircase method, all that good stuff. But focus on mental trading. You know, paper trading is nice too, but focus on mental trading. You should be taking more trades in your head than you should actually be taking on the screen. You know, you shouldn't be actually jumping into trades when you're new and starting out. And I'm not saying you have done this, I'm just pointing it out. But do this for a while. Too many times do I see people go, oh, I've been practicing for a week, I'm going to start taking some real trades. Like, hold up, red flag. A week? A week's not long at all. A week doesn't give you anything, you know? You need to do this for a couple months, a few months. Give yourself an actual good amount of time for practicing, reviewing, mental trading, you know, actually taking time to look at this stuff. So I would give that piece of advice. Actually give yourself a fighting chance. Too many people, yeah, exactly. I like how Kaizen said it, even if you're not new, you know, because too many people will jump into things too early and then they don't, you know, they just don't learn anything. And then they think with their heads, you know, they get too emotional. They don't really sit there and actually kind of take in, all right, what would be good for this? What would be good for that? And then they end up, you know, not having any kind of system or routine, and they get a little shaky. They get a little emotional. They feel like they're back to square one. And that's just the worst feeling ever, you know, so don't put yourself in that place. Not even just a Tim. I'm honestly kind of talking to everyone at this point. Give yourself a fighting chance. That's all I'm asking. So what if you're missing out on taking trades right now? So the F what? Give yourself a fighting chance. And Netflix, I double dipped yesterday. Well, good stuff then, Tim. If you really are doing that, more power to you. Like I said, I will go to war for anybody who actually takes this passive advice. I'm not sitting here telling people how to get rich, but I am at least giving you a routine that's going to give you at least a better chance. Looking to short AMD, we can look at that mill. I have it on the list too. It's done pretty good. I love the levels on pretty much all of these tickers here today. These are really good tickers today. First day in the room, appreciate the insight. Awesome. Very glad to have you, Dag. Thank you. I need to hear that. Yeah, man. And sometimes it just takes me re-saying it, you know, for you to rehear it again. But trust me, that's the way to go. Passively, slowly growing. There's no need to sit here, take a million trades a day. That's not how you grow. Trading more does not let you learn. Trading more just really makes you more tired. Keanu says JOMO, joy of missing out. Good morning, Leland. Morning, Sal. Morning, Brady. Y'all missed the New York walking this morning. Morning, Taylor. Morning, everybody who just said morning. Somebody said, is this the last live tomorrow? For the rest of this year, I'm still kind of debating it. Like I said, go to my Twitter and go to one of my latest tweets and give me your thoughts on the question I dropped down. I'll just show it. Where is it at? Damn, it's already got a ton of likes on it. But should I make all of 2023 streams public when we get to that point? They are normally private, but I'd love to expand if I can. What's your thoughts? So give me some feedback. I'll be replying to people later. And at first, these streams have just been private. I never would have thought I would have gotten anywhere close to this kind of feedback. So it kind of pushes me to want to do them public just because there's more of you. And I'd love to stream to more people. It's kind of just the short of it. Plus, there's a bunch of you guys that aren't in my groups that are really cool. A lot of you guys seem to be really smart, really intuitive. Like, I've never even met Mel before. I'd love to keep trading with Mel. That guy's pretty cool. Casso, you were pretty cool the other day. Sunny Diesel, I feel like I've never met you, but you were really cool the other day. Any advice for a swing trader that's trying to become a day trader? I realize the mental game is much different. Good morning, by the way. Good morning, Casso. So I actually think, and I've said this before, I think people who go from swing trading to day trading end up being better day traders because you're used to reading bigger price action. So if you're someone like me who loves to look at patterns on the bigger time frames, you know, good patterns with positioning, I think finding good day trades will actually be easier for you than someone who's starting out as a day trader, you know, with no knowledge. So one, I think you have that advantage. I don't think it's any kind of disadvantage. Two, trade the same way. You know, there's no need to, like, if you're able to find good patterns at support and you like to buy the dip and you like to look for, you know, a good stop down here and there's a target right here, that's awesome. That's the same thing you can do on the smaller time frames. So if anything, use the same price action knowledge that you use on your bigger time frames, but for the smaller. It might take a lot of, you know, time, Casso, because you're having to kind of readjust to looking at smaller time frames, but overall I think you have an advantage doing it like that. But again, focus on just the short-term levels. You're going to be drawing probably more levels for your smaller time frames than you will on your bigger. I also don't know how you swing trade. Some people like using average lines. Some people just like using patterns with positioning. Some people use, you know, a million indicators. My problem has been the anxiety of theta on those option contracts. Well, take your time then. Like I said, it's going to take time to adjust. I don't doubt that you're going to have a little anxiety, you know, first doing it. But over time, the more you do it, you're going to give yourself more confirmation, more confidence, more of a routine to kind of go through. So I would really say my main piece of advice would find your routine. Find your routine to something you can go through daily, marking the levels, reviewing them afterwards, you know, after work or when you're done with your family. Come back to the charts for 10, 20 minutes and review them again. You know, actually look through them, circle entries, circle exits. Give yourself a fighting chance. Like I was saying earlier, you could apply the same routine. I feel that though, Casso. And yeah, it definitely feels different when you're going from swing trading to day trading, because when we swing trade, we're always buying really good contracts that really don't react as much until price moves a lot. I went from basically only swinging in 2021 to only day trading in 2022. 1000% agree with Bueller, using your larger time frame analysis to your advantage. And it's crazy too, Casso. And that's why you see me like every morning with SPY. I start with SPY bigger time frame, and then I go down to the smaller time frame. It's to give myself kind of a better insight on what's possible. I use Pivot, VWAP, and resistance to confirm. So if you really do have a keen eye for looking at the bigger time frames, Casso, that's a huge advantage, because too many times do I see people say, you know, I'm going to just stick to day trading because I think swing trading is harder. But it's not harder. It takes longer to get better at, because to go through the routine of day trading, I could find a million things today, right? To go through the routine of swing trading, I'd have to only find, you know, a couple charts that kind of give me some information. I'd have to go back and find things, you know? So it's a lot slower of a process to grow as a swing trader, in my opinion, just because the confirmations are so much slower. But a great point here made by Raul de la Paz saying, if you're afraid of theta, buy time. And yes, you might not get as much good movement in your contracts, but at least you're not worried about the anxiety of your play, or of your variables like theta. I went for swing today, and the hardest thing I had to adjust was not having the less wiggle room for entry stop. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the difference behind it. No, that was a good point made by For Profit and Raul. I like both of those. One second, guys. I'm typing something, which y'all can probably hear. All right, cool. Short PayPal is my move today. What's up, John Harden? I do remember you yesterday or the other day. Slightly out of the money next week. These could be solid contracts to get for day trading. We still get good gamma squeeze on those, right? Slightly out of yeah, if it's only slightly out of the money, as long as it isn't like $4, $5, $6 out of the money or something crazy. It also depends on what stock you're looking at, because $4, $5, $6 isn't as much on Tesla as it would for like Neo. You know, two completely different price stocks. What's up, Jesse? How are you doing, boss? How is everyone, though? Before I get J-Bake and Devin in here, how is everyone feeling before today starts? Do you guys feel like you have at least a decent idea of what's possible on SPY and maybe some of these other tickers we have typed down here? This is the feeling you should have right before open. You should have at least, I feel prepared, kind of in your head, or you feel like you understand what to look for, you know? So what if things fly? So what if things drop heavy? You know, we can look for retests, we can wait. But let me know how y'all feel. It really takes time of charting, Steven Haas. Great name, by the way. It takes time. You can't just figure that out after drawing them once or a couple times. It takes time of drawing them over and over, of realizing, okay, these are tending to be very important. Also, I don't know how you're drawing your levels or supply zones. When you go to my levels, every level is important, because every level that we're using here is either a level of far price history from a couple years ago, or I'm using short-term levels from, you know, like our intraday level from previous day or from our pre-market. Which, again, please check out workshop number 11. I will link that video here in a couple minutes just to make sure people have it. But that is a huge, huge help, is practice. Again, it's not easy to identify that. It's not. I would say it's easy to draw the levels, but it's not easy to identify, you know, what to do between them or which ones are more important. But just mark this down, though. The 3 most important pivot points on any intraday time frame. By the way, intraday stands for today, you know, today's price action. Then the 3 most strong pivot points are going to be the previous day open, the previous day close, and today's open. These are 3 of the strongest short-term pivot points. Takes time, Steven. Don't rush yourself. You seem to be pretty hungry. But great question, though. That was a really good question. All right, guys, let me get my headset on so I can invite them in here. I did not mean to let time run out like this. And by them, I mean J-Bake and Devin, Nerdy Bicep. I gotta find our little voice chat we had. Here it is. All right, 1 second. Let me get them in here. What's up, Devin? How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Seeing what kind of reaction we're going to get today after Pump and Pow.
Yeah, for real. That was a pump, wasn't it?
I like where Netflix is positioned to fill the rest of that gap if it does go to the upside. Up to 330, which is quite a bit of ways, but all it's going to do is break over 313, 309, 313 area.
He's kidding about AMC. Yeah, Keanu, you might have to say that more often, just because I might be the only one who knows you're joking. Yo, speaking of AMC, though, they are at those supports. They are pretty low down. Market's open, by the way, guys. They are very low down on their bigger time frames. All right, guys, let's see if SPY has the balls to hold this support. Every day I ask for AMC. What are you guys watching on the watch list? We have AMD, Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, Netflix, and SPY. Or what are you watching on your own watch list? Of course, remember, guys, we do not spoon feed. I mean, we give out plays. I'm not going to sit here and say we don't. But a big thing about this is we like to go through the routine. We're not here to raise sheep. We're here to raise leaders. But let me know, what are you guys looking at, either from us or from yourself? I really don't mind. But give me a ticker and why. You too. Drinking from the fire hose, learning as fast as I can. Take your time, man. I love the energy, though. Love how hungry you are. Thank you, guys. 7 more likes for 100 likes. Can we get those 7 more likes? I appreciate the hefty amount of action here in the pre-market prep. You guys are amazing, seriously. Normally, I would think some of you guys wouldn't show up just because it's earlier, but it looks like a lot of you guys are very hungry for the pre-market prep. So I'm very happy because that's definitely my favorite part of the stream. The rest of this is awesome too, but the pre-market prep is just so awesome because you get that early morning kind of explanation of, all right, this is what we can look for. You know, giving yourself actual preparation. But first 10 minutes, guys, we do not trade. I'll probably end up coming out with like an aesthetic or some logo I can throw up on the screen for the first 10 minutes that says do not trade or something, or just watch. But first 10 minutes, we just kind of like to watch, see how everything's reacting. Keep watch on the YouTube chat as well. A lot of people tend to post what they're trading as well. So even if you don't want to join them, it's just kind of cool to watch their journey on some of their different trades. One of them yesterday was Mel. He was really awesome at pointing out a lot of different trades he was getting in with good risk reward. So just using you as another example, Mel. Thank you for letting me use you. You try to stay trading SPY. Looks like a lot of you guys are watching SPY along with some other tickers. Boeing, good watch. Clo. AMD, that's a good one. Taylor, Boeing. See 2 of you type Boeing, good one. Watching Eli Lilly, all-time high break, has a double top on the daily. What's up, Vincent? And thank you guys for over 100 likes. I cannot believe we've already gotten it, and the market just opened. I appreciate each and every one of you guys, seriously. Without you guys, this would not be possible to be here and stream and be here to join with you guys. So I appreciate that. Use me as you want. I'm all for it. Thank you, Mel. I'll probably look to give at least one viewer the mod role just to kind of keep things clean. But not today, just down the road.
Netflix already popping that yesterday high after pre-market low hold.
SPY still holding the 408 too.
The Meta getting going first.
Of course. Yep, Netflix popping that previous day high. Good find. AMD did as well. They're back in range. We're getting a good initial pop on things. You would think there'd be some people taking profit at open.
Yeah, but there also could be huge FOMO. How many people left before the power meeting yesterday, and now they look back at the market and it's way up. It's a good little opening pump. Disney sold off below pre-market low and came all the way back up. That looks really nice.
Yeah, yesterday the only trade I took after stream was an Amazon call. I had 3 of them. I bought above this breakout. I sold 2 of them at right before close at like 40%. I think it was more. I just did the math wrong. But we're up a little over 15% now on the runner. I think I'm just going to go ahead and close it out and wait for a new push. Or I'll just close it out and get into a new trade. So I'm very happy with that Amazon trade. And that was not on stream. I'm just pointing it out so you guys don't think I'm staring at Amazon for no reason.
Meta is popping 120. Tesla is coming up a little bit after that retest.
Jeez, Sunny Diesel, you just know how to make bags, don't you? Netflix and Meta that were the 2 that Devin brought up, and both of those are still holding pretty well.
Yeah, I like Tesla. It's popping pre-market high with good volume right now. Still in the first 10 minutes, but we got a first 5-minute candle. see if this stuff holds up and gives us a retest. Microsoft coming up now. Apple's the lagger, it looks like, and Amazon. First B's not really moving, not yet. Netflix pops this 311. That's gonna be the going to 314.
One second, guys. Let's check one position for somebody. I don't remember the level on this chart. It's 575. All right, excuse me for that.
Yo, good morning, everyone.
Yo, you scared the crap out of me.
Yo.
Good morning, J-Bake. How are you doing, man?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Vibing.
I feel that.
Seeing what this open's gonna shake loose.
Long-legged doji on the first 5-minute candle on Apple. Great call out, Sherman. So this is the news on it, Sonny Diesel. I keep trying to say something else. But it looks like they had their some stuff come out. But it says Costco said net sales for November totaled $19 billion, which is up. Okay, this might actually be just people taking profits off a huge piece of news. Huh. I'm not surprised to hear their sales are up, though. I mean, this is Costco we're talking about. This is like the Apple of, grocery stores, basically.
They have a really good model.
Yeah, really good.
They own their supply chain. They know what they're doing.
I like how they never let anything, like if something they can't get restocked on something, they'll just purchase something else to fill the spot. They're never waiting to restock. You can lose your seat real quick.
Did anybody look at Meta? Meta already above pre-market high.
Yeah, Devin was talking about Meta and Netflix and a couple others breaking higher. Tesla as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Netflix is right above this, right at this 311 level. If it pops it, we could get a nice little pop here. Coming up on the 2-minute split, 10-minute candle. We're right there. Decreasing volume on this 5-minute candle so far. Buyers stepping in. Here we go, we're popping. Let's go.
Wow, just in, Jim Cramer just said he thinks crypto is a con and collapsing on itself. I don't know if he's joking or not, but he's a little late. It's like trying to say something's gonna fall more when it's already fallen.
Buying some crypto today, buying it on crypto.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like buy the dip on crypto now.
Alright, volume coming in, spot coming down a little bit.
Yeah, they probably will bounce over time, Sonny, but I'm glad to hear your shorts working out for you. I also like Mel's short as long as the 409.74 is resistance. I thought that was a pretty good buy. It opened.
Alright, come on, keep hopping.
Crypto market saved. Yes, exactly.
314 next up on Netflix.
And yeah, guys, if we end up making these streams public, which we most likely will for the near-term future, I probably will add a news feed or something that'll just kind of pop up here and there. Just because who doesn't love reading news, right? SPY possibly breaking 408.50s with a good candle. The main level to watch for is 407.50s. If this breaks, we will most likely test the lower 406s, which is around the pre-market low and a bigger time frame level. Does Walmart look long-term bearish to me? Let me check the bigger time frame. I'm actually a pretty big Walmart bull, I won't lie. A lot of people, when they park their cash, it's almost always in Walmart or stocks like Costco.
Well,
Damn, that
hasn't moved too much.
been pretty
A lot
good.
of Google hasn't moved too much. Tesla hasn't moved too much. We're setting up pretty good now after this first 2 minute candle.
Daniel Owens, I would say short term, yes. I'm not really a long term bear on anything. But Walmart does look good for downside over time if they can crack these 150s again. And I'm on the weekly, just kind of using some of my more broad levels. But they are a little top heavy now that they're up here. Now, there's not to say they can't go up again. You've seen them hold this level here before, push higher, fail at 157. So watch for that same duplicate move here as well, unless they crack that support. But I'd say short-term analysis, that's pretty helpful, just looking at positioning of everything. But they are definitely a little top heavy. And my bad, Devin. I didn't mean to shortcut you off there.
You're good, dog.
No, I apologize, man. I'm sorry.
I don't like apologies.
Bro, take the apology, dog.
Accept it.
All right, Netflix 10 minute now. We're gonna watch that for 50% retracement ish area and see what we set up.
Mel's having a great morning.
Why?
He just started shorting everything out the gate.
Oh,
Got Q's holding previous day close. See if we can build like a little base on top of that.
I'm really watching Tesla here as it's coming back up to that pre-market high. It could be nice. It's right there. Holding strong. Amazon wicking up.
Yeah, Apple is holding previous day close as well too. We're making a looking like a 5 minute hammer. Looks like we're about to break above this this previous inside bar on the 5 minute. See, go up to test pre-market high, hopefully. Oh, sorry, I used a naughty word.
You said hope or something?
Yeah.
Oh.
I said hopefully.
I just had to guess.
Good morning, Roddy.
What's up, Rowdy? I'm always happy to see your name pop up, man.
Very low volume so far on this Netflix candle. And the bars are stepping back in. Q's get going.
Yeah, it seems like just a lot of things are just trying to stay above their previous, like their previous day close, or at least like trying to break back above there.
Yes, sir. Netflix popped a new high, coming towards that next target level at 314. Tesla's right at that pre-market high. Apple coming back up to yesterday high, pre-market high. Come on, you guys can do it. Give us a little thumb up pump.
Nice, got a nice outside bar on Apple now, breaking making new high a day. Google is back at pre-market high.
So is Microsoft. Facebook trying to get back up to that previous intraday high. Still holding pre-market high.
Oh, it's a nice volume on that 5-minute hammer on Meta.
Spot coming up towards that opening price now after testing the midpoint. I don't really like snow, it's kind of cold. But we can look at that, I'll pull it up. Oh man, that's blasting too. We can get over 152, it's got a gap fill to 154. But it could bounce off 152 and reject. And as long as it holds 148, should see 152.
Great call out on the dollar, Jonas. Yes, we are breaking a new low of day, and we're actually headed towards the bottom of that demand. Watch for us to break 104.60s, 104.50s. A break of this will actually bring more bullish equity pressure, so definitely keep an eye on that. But we are near the bottom of demand, so I would expect one bounce, probably another break of that low, and then look for a retest of under that support for this to continue lower in the near term. But good eye, great eye. How did you gentlemen sleep the other night? I slept great.
I mean, you know how I'd be. I'd just be taking little naps.
Yeah, I don't think I get more than like 4 or 5 hours of sleep, no matter what time I go to bed. But like, it's all I really need to actually have enough energy.
This was the earliest I've been up in a while. I was just super awake. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I'm tired, I gotta get up. Like, I was wide awake when I got up today. I was so ready to stream today.
Jeez.
I think these streams are like fueling me.
And I mean, when you see the market go crazy, it always kind of gets you a little excited.
Dude, literally.
Right.
Netflix coming back up. Let's see if we can get this. Did not want to wait on this next 10-minute candle before it start pushing green. Super bullish. Pop that.
It is back at high a day. We're like a few cents, like about 30 cents away from there. It's like some nice volume coming in on that hammer. Looks like we're about to make a new high a day on Meta.
Yep, new high day making on Netflix right now at that resistance. If we can pop 314, this thing's gonna get juiced.
Q's is making a move up to pre-market high. We get a break above 295.50. We can definitely see text box fly above there.
Josh, give me a level over 314 on Netflix. I can't hold it for that far.
My bad.
I'm seeing it right now.
I have 315 in sight.
Oh, you got 315.
If it breaks 315, I have 320, 320. It's basically every $5 up for a little bit.
Sheesh.
330,
That's what I'm looking at
335.
too, and I'm just like, man, Netflix, you're already going crazy, bro.
How? What's the
Cool.
top of that gap?
Like, this all the way back out.
I gotta zoom out.
Google's above pre-market high.
331.
Yeah. Good call out on Google. Google's doing pretty well above PMH, like you said. Microsoft's up against its PMH at 255.85. Keep eyes on that. If Apple and Microsoft can break their PMH, pre-market high, guys, this does look good. Let me check XLK. I haven't looked at sectors yet. They're in the same seat. Okay. Only red sectors are staples and financials, and it's only by a little. Staples are down a quarter point. Financials down less than a tenth of a point. Tesla's struggling against the resistance, though.
I still hold it nice though. Right at opening price. I need 10-minute candles. By getting over opening price on the opening of that. Microsoft popping its pre-market high. Apple moving up a little bit, but it's got its pre-market high there. It's above yesterday high.
Meta's getting smacked down a little bit here. The Qs, even though we are moving up, we do have like steady decreasing volume over these last 3 candles, coming up towards pre-market high. So we could see a slowdown once we get here up to this 295.50. Maybe even a possible pullback if we can't get that break above. I mean, we are making smaller candles as well too, so that's also something to look out for. And then Meta got smacked down a little bit here.
Buy creeping up to that pre-market high now. Not crazy volume.
What is happening with cost?
They're just reacting to all their news that came out. Which it was all good news. I think what we're witnessing is people taking profits. It's kind of like the buy the rumor, sell the news is essentially what you're seeing on Costco.
Bull is at pre-market high, wicking off a pre-market high, also on lowering volume as well.
XOM came up through yesterday high at pre-market high.
Wow, a lot of volume on shop today. Good eye, Brian.
And Google's just doing it right now.
Yeah, I got over 100 and pushed.
They hit 156 so far.
Popping that 314 area on Netflix. See if we can get over 315 now. There we go.
Microsoft's fighting pre-market high so far.
Pop that shit. Pop that shit. 315 almost on Netflix. I'm taking my last contract here over 100%. Yeah.
Let's go. Round of applause for Devin's call out. What ticker was that?
My boy's
Netflix.
killer.
You wanna run through it real quick?
Yeah,
looking at it.
that retest on the 2-minute over
hold
yesterday high.
I'll go to the 2-minute. Let me go to the 2-minute if it'll let me. There we go. All right. So what did you like about this Netflix trade?
I gotta wait for it. Oh, yeah, the stream's loading up there. So you see that red candle on the 2-minute after
The
we
one that
broke over
reset?
yesterday high.
Yep.
Yep. And that next candle we had crazy volume. When it broke that previous high there, I took my entry and pushed it up to the next 315 target. That was 100%.
Nice, man. That's actually super
Nice.
passive. He didn't just
Yeah.
buy the first candle. He didn't buy the reset candle. He waited for buyers to show after that reset candle that it was time to go again. So actually very solid entry here by Devin. If anybody caught that or just loved visualizing with him, great work. You got 100% on that, though?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
wild.
Insane job, dude. 311 to 315. That is a no-joke trade. Great work, man. And that's why I was just kind of shutting up. I heard Devin calling out, and I was just like, all right, I want everyone to focus on what he's saying. Great work, though, man. Very happy for you. Beautiful
I
job.
filled over 100%, but I only got a screenshot at 97%.
Here, I'll show them all. 97%. Great job, man. Seriously. Great call out. With the levels, too. Everything in place. What's that? 2 days in a row you've gotten on top of Netflix? Good job.
Dude, it yesterday was all right, but then now with the news and it's just gonna fill the rest of that gap up to 330, at least closer. I ain't trading that again today though. It's overdone. I like this snow chart that homie called out. If it holds this 148 level, that could be nice.
Got kind of a gravestone doji on Apple waking off of pre-market high. So, and then the Q's making a shooting star as well, also at pre-market high, just on lower volume. So, like I said, we could see a slow up here. But the 30-minute is definitely looking strong.
Tesla at a very strong level right now. They're holding right on top of the previous day close. A break under this will definitely bring a test of 193, and then we can watch that for a break. Or they could get a really good bounce here, and they'll try to push back towards today's open, which, by the way, guys, you should be adding those right now, or today's opens levels. It's been a few minutes. You have time to add them. SPY's still in a really good part of their range. Same for the Qs. They're still not past their pre-market highs, though. That's the big thing to watch for SPY and the Qs.
Netflix getting over that 315 level. Insane. It's leading the way.
Baba going for the gap fill, dear lord. And yeah, Netflix might as well go to 330, 331, like you said, just to go fill that gap. Kind of like what SPY did, just to go fill it and finally be done with it.
Snow's about to go try to break that previous high day.
It's been okay, one. We've had a couple good breakouts. Devin just took Netflix for the stream. A lot of members, too, in here have been calling out really, really good tickers with good positioning. But you haven't missed much, though. It's only been 26 minutes since open.
$17 Netflix. Yeah, my next low is 320. You don't even get a retest on Netflix, like, it just goes.
Yeah, we got Q's testing pre-market high, right at pre-market high here.
The Amazon 30-minute candle is looking crazy. We got a couple minutes left. That could be a nice setup. Hold that pre-market low and push it back.
Yeah.
See how that finishes up in our next candle and see what kind of information it gives us. If we're gonna go up, that don't look bad.
Seriously.
XOM couldn't get over pre-market highs, rejecting back down towards opening price.
Wow.
B's kind of selling off too.
Great job, Jason. You called the AMC 5-minute engulfing and you entered. You're up 33% on it right now. Great job, man. Round of applause for Jason.
$18.42 on Netflix. It's just flying.
What's New York up to? All right, everybody's still just walking around? All right.
Got the live stream.
Yeah, I just turned it on for like 5 milliseconds. Max helped me set that up last night. It's actually kind of cool. It's an actual live stream of an actual New York camera. It's the one right outside the NASDAQ building. When he was showing me, it was nighttime, and he's like, in the morning when you show it, it'll be morning. I was like, all right, I'll check, and yeah, it was. It's pretty funny. The NFT billboards are no longer.
We got about 30 seconds on our first 30-minute candle on the market.
It looks like everything's pulling back a little bit now. Apple definitely making a fat old candle right at the end of this 5-minute candle.
Everything's still in range for the most part.
Yeah.
Got Google and Meta hanging above their pre-market highs. And of course, the oddball Netflix.
Holy. Q's making a second shooting star at pre-market high right off the bat. Obviously, we're just starting this candle, so anything can happen, but it's pushing down Same with Apple here. We're back at previous day close, but we're also, I believe this is the golden pocket. I'm about to pull up my fib. It just kind of looks like it. Oh, it is, but it just broke right through it, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna come down and test pre-market low, or just like hold here. But yeah, the Q's made a fat two outside bars. So Jesus, those bars are crazy.
Yeah, nice rejection off that 410 on SPY so far. But nothing's really breaking to the downside. XOM is getting to its pre-market low. So oil and banks are the weakest right now on the SPY. You got BRB coming down as well. Tesla's not as strong, but it's still hanging above the yesterday high.
What a nice liquidity grab before the close of that 30-minute. Shorted SPX for the first time. It probably shouldn't be that much of a difference for you too, Mel. I mean, of course, the premiums will be way different. But positioning-wise, you know, it should be pretty relevantly the same as when you look at your SPY or your other charts. You're pretty good at looking for those good risk-reward spots. The only difference, of course, like I said, is going to be the premium cost, because they do cost a lot more. A lot of good rejections at good levels, guys. SPY still rejecting pre-market high. Q's rejecting the same exact level. I see AMD doing the same thing. We saw Tesla do the same thing. Apple do the same thing. Nvidia is doing the same thing. Amazon's doing the same thing, as you guys can see. I won't go through the rest of them. Netflix is the only one, alongside Meta, that are still holding up higher. Google as well. But for the majority of the weights and a lot of the tickers we look at, a lot of them are still rejecting the same exact spot on their charts.
Yeah.
Berkby falling down. I did see financials turning red. They were only a quarter point down. Now they're down almost 40. Or no, sorry, financials. I was looking at staples when I said that.
Netflix new high today, doing what it wants.
Yeah, Google's being defended pretty well.
It's like that 320 on Netflix. If you still got any runners, that'd be a good spot to sell momentum. Size down. If you think in my head, there's no way Netflix goes 330 today, but I don't know. XOM wicking off that pre-market low. Rambo. Fire, fast hands.
Apple's starting to push lower.
Big volume on a shooter candle on SPY as well.
Yeah, we got a fat shooting star candle on the Qs. A lot of volume on this, a lot of seller volume.
Yeah, shorts are looking a lot better right now. Very early on to say, but from inside of the range TA, shorts are looking a lot better on the overall market. Of course, there are some breaking out tickers like you guys saw on Meta and Netflix and Google partially.
Yeah,
No,
Google. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Snow's trying to break that 150 still, trying to go to the upside. It looks pretty good for the upside as well. Meta trying to get back up to his previous high now. It's just been on a different animal a couple. Even yesterday, when before the meeting and everything, it was acting like it just wanted to go up.
Yeah. It has like a few more dollars for its gap fill. About like $8 really.
So M it really just tested that and turned green, and now it's coming up towards the midpoint. I like that on XOM. Get over 112 again, we
Ooh.
should 113.
All right, but Apple made a new low a day, or almost at pre-market low here. Qs are breaking lower as well.
What was it that yesterday high on SPY? See if we get through that pre-market low at 4658.
What's the soothing music playing? I can't even hear the music.
Oh yeah, it's on stream. That's the
The soothing music
Oh, gotcha.
is a playlist made by Viet. By the way, great job on shorts. We seem to be moving a little bit lower. I know Mel is getting paid fat right now. Round of applause for Mel. I'm saying it early on. He was in very early. Great job though, guys. It looks like these shorts are doing pretty well so far.
too sure what you're asking me about. I don't use TradingView.
We do have a levels indicator for TradingView. I'd have to have Leland send it into this YouTube chat for you to get the actual link to it. Alright guys, bigger level to watch out for is the 407.40s, 407.50s area. Like I said earlier, again, this is the previous day close, previous day high that needs to be broken for this to complete, you know, to keep pushing lower.
Meta has just been consolidating like this whole time while the rest of the market's been moving down. feel like if we do get a pop, on an overall market, that's going to be like the first one to go.
Only thing that's really lost since yesterday high is Apple and Microsoft. You got Google, Tesla, Amazon, all just still chilling above. Q's chilling above.
Yeah.
Spies right at it. So if we start losing these yesterday highs, that'll be way better.
I think that's why I keep SPY up right now, because it's like everything's moving and everything, but until I see more confirmation, that's all we have. There's just a little bit of a drop. Need to really see previous day close, previous day high, like you just said, break, and that would be the indication to, all right, we should have some short-term sellers. And if we get a bounce, if we maintain under this 407.50s, we will probably continue lower, down to the lower 400s.
We should definitely go and retest after yesterday's madness.
Yeah, for real. At least you would like to see that.
Yeah, you would like to see it. Otherwise, you just got FOMO kicking in and parabolic market starts happening, and next thing you know, we're at all-time highs. And how do we get there? All right, so XOM's coming back down. Netflix broke its short-term uptrend finally. It's where it comes down and retests. Amazon moving a little bit lower now, breaking that yesterday. Pre-market lows right there.
Apple, we're at pre-market low. Q's is at low of day as well. We done already broke under previous day close.
Geez, Sonny.
A beautiful, beautiful pullback so far, ladies and gentlemen. We need to really see now, can the 406s break? We got our pre-market low to worry about. But good job to anybody who's been sitting in short positions. I tried to give you guys a little bit of confidence by mentioning it a couple times. Again, I'm not trying to spoon feed. I'm trying to keep the quality of this stream and maturity alive. But great work if you guys took any short positions on any of the mentioned tickers or even just on SPY in general. Great work. Because we never had any indication on any overall market telling us that we are going to move higher. If anything, we've just had seller signals pop up. So good job if you caught those shooters early on. Mel was one of the earlier ones on it. But throw your hands up if any of you caught any short plays to the downside so far. Yeah, Mel, I don't even want to know what percentages you're up right now. It's probably just disgusting. But throw your hands up if you guys caught anything. Again, I'm not here to catch, attention or say, yo, who all caught my play? This and that. That's just so toxic. I just really want to see who caught opportunity when they saw it. Awesome. It looks like a lot of you guys did. Great stuff. And that's what I want to see. I want to see you guys taking your own plays on your own confidence, on your own intuition. You can listen to me all you want, but I'm really just happy with seeing you guys take your own moves.
Apple, Amazon, Microsoft all broke pre-market lows. QQQ is at pre-market low as well.
Amazon breaking very well. Good call out, Mel.
Nvidia at pre-market low as well.
So.
And I can definitely understand why we're getting this drop. I mean, yesterday was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if this is a pullback, it's going to need to be a healthy pullback.
Yeah. I mean, most stocks like the bigger ones made like 5 to 6% moves, like within like a good hour and a half yesterday. So
All right, guys, you should be taking at least most profits right now on any short positions until we get a break of this support. Until we get a break of this support, we've only made it down to the range. Again, this is pre-market low area. All shorts should be taking profits or most profits. You can leave runners open if you are looking for that continuation down. So be careful. But I want to at least point out that passive short-term take profit spot. Wow, I'm already getting a ton of tags on you guys. You guys are insane. One of them is from the pre-market low, to answer your question. Let me color code the other one real quick, and we'll see where it's from. But like I said, at any time, you can ask me where is the level from, and I'll be happy to answer you. You said, what are my 406 levels from? One's the pre-market low. One of them is going to be from my far left. Actually, both of them are from right here. So one's an emerging oh, they're both emerging candles. My bad. Yeah, so I just didn't have to mark the pre-market low because it added this one right here. But as you can see, the color-coded green level. I'm going to change it back to white now. But here's those two levels you were asking about. One of them is an emerging candle from January, February, March, April 5th of 2021. The other is April 7th of 2021. Again, I'm just grabbing the close of green candles from the far left, the first time price reached this point. It's a very strong price history point, and it's basically everything I chart off of. Good question, though.
Getting a little bit more movement to the downside on SPY here.
Yeah, same with Qs.
Looks like Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla leading the way. Apple, Meta getting back down close to that yesterday high.
Uh-oh. Qs is really moving.
Cold short moving into profit. Good stuff, Rowdy. Mel with 400%.
Nice.
That's what you get when you trade with confidence. Nobody should look at Mel and think, damn, I wish that was me, or damn, I wish I had taken that same play. Don't think about it. Work towards it. Work towards it. Learn the levels. Learn how to navigate the levels. Grow your confidence while learning the levels. Make this a part of your lifestyle almost. Damn. Add it to your daily routine. You should be adding these levels, understanding where we're getting them from. Understanding that you can look through this without trading and just review. Mental trade. Great work, though, Mel.
One more minute on this 10-minute candle on the Qs and SPY, and we're almost at increasing volume again for sellers. So I'd like to see that.
We're going to 403.50 if this holds the way it is right now.
I'd like to see that.
Round of applause for Mel. Round of applause for anybody who got into any short positions on their own. Now remember, any pullback needs to at least test this area, the area in which we fell from. If we end up recovering past that pullback, they're most likely going to go retest where we initially fell from. So keep this in mind as we continue to drop lower or if we get any kind of pullback to the upside again. Keep that in mind, where we fell from and where we initially fell from. Love how you balance the praise of more mature traders and still motivate new ones to strive and not to rush. Thank you, B. I appreciate you noticing that too, because I'm really big on positive reinforcement. It really is hard as a new trader or even someone who's a seasoned trader to continue trading. Like I said, maintaining is the hardest part. I really do believe positive reinforcement is the only way to keep going. So as a team, we could definitely, make easy work of this. But overall, continue to push forward, continue to grow, continue to be hungry to learn, really. But yeah, I'm really big on that. I really hate when you have people going like, all right, guys, who took that play with me? Who took this with me? Who did that? Who did this? Just looking simply just for credit. All they want is for people to praise them instead of actually breaking down why was the play good or giving good feedback to people who took that trade, So I'm really big on positive reinforcement.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially to new traders. I'm not so easy on seasoned traders, but I like to give them their due respect as well. Do you think we get a breather back to 406.30s before heading down to 403.50? Possibly, and that's why and that's exactly why, Clive, I covered that. Good idea. But that's why I covered that, because yes, if we get any kind of pullback from now, we don't have to continue lower from right here. We could get a bit of a pullback first and then continue lower. And that's why I like to point that out, because you are correct. We could be getting a pullback down to back up to 406.30s, 406.50s. And if they break that, then they most likely want to retest where we initially fell from, kind of up here in the 408s, 409s. What's considered a new trader? It's really all relative, really, but I consider new traders anybody under 10 years. I don't think if you have more than 10 years, you don't have any huge amount of trading. I don't even have 10 years. I've been here for 5 years, options trading for about 3, so I'm still a young trader. Again, and like I always say, there is no such thing as a professional options trader. So take your time.
It takes a long time to see all the seasons of the market. When you hear all the guys that have been in the game a long time, 20, 30, 40 years, they talk about seasonality, this, that, and the other. You've only been trading for one season. You don't have anything to compare it to. And like Josh, I've been trading about the same amount of time as Josh. And at the first couple of years, you don't really notice trends or this or that or the other. But then you start noticing like, oh, during this time of the year, it usually does this, or typically it does this, or you know what, this month's usually low volume, so I might just go on vacation. And like as I said, yeah, like this is a lot of people's first real bear market. The last bull rally was crazy.
Damn, Rambo, I just saw what you were sending me. Good stuff, man. Huge gains for you. That's true. Like, this is most people's first bear. Exactly. Which, if you guys have been around me long enough, I have said how honored I am to be a part of this stock market the past couple years. To go from the COVID dips and into the overall, bull market that we had back into this kind of market that we're in. All I see is opportunity, not even just for making money, but for learning. We really are learning a lot of the crazy. We've seen so many record moves, record cycles these past 3-4 years. We've almost seen a market that hasn't been seen before. So it's really, really awesome to be a part of this, not even just for making money, but for learning, for picking up on opportunity. And that's something you have to kind of pick up on. It's amazing that we're even a part of this market right now. Some people might be like, oh, well, the economic situation's kind of shit. Things are horrible for certain countries. Yeah, it is. But, we're not in a perfect world. You have to look at it for opportunity. How did you get into trading, Bueller? It's a very long story, but in short, I basically just got tired of working at a plumbing company. I got paid nothing to do an insane amount of BS. It just got me into wanting to learn at least dividends and stuff to pick up on long-term investing. And that's how I initially got into trading, was just buying stuff and holding it and just kind of doing. I was really a big math geek. I like doing the math on dividends. But that got me into looking at more aggressive ways of trading, like options. Options are a instrument you can use for trading equities. So that's what really got me into it. But basically just seeing that I'd rather do this than, you know, continue to work my ass off is basically what I saw. I'd rather apply that effort towards something I believe in than something that I'm forced to be in, if that makes sense. Good question, though. Sorry for giving you a short answer. I just don't want to break down a long story while the stream's hot. It's only been an hour since open, and we've been live for about an hour 48. I started stream a little earlier today just to get people in here. And thank you guys for the amount of support today. We have an amazing amount of viewership today, likes. I appreciate the support. Looks like it worked out, too, for the market. A lot of good pullbacks today. So anybody who went short in some of these short-term moves, really good job. Right now, you need to be sitting on your hands if you're just sitting cash or you took profits and you're waiting. We might be getting a pullback back up to the levels in which we fell from, and then we can start to identify to see if we can find some more entries for going more down, if that makes sense.
3K to 13K in 3 days? Dang, Mel. Killing it, boss.
Yeesh. Talk about compound returns. And, man, you know, I don't know how long you've been in the game, Mel, because I don't know too much about you, but if this is one of your newer accounts, man, definitely take some of those profits off and don't necessarily keep increasing your position size.
Finger. Daffy. I had to step away for a minute. Too much hype. Mel, you're all out of Tesla and Amazon. Great stuff, man. Good morning, Bueller. I just finished trading today. I followed my planned bear case. Good job. I'm really happy you typed it that way. Broke pre-market low, short and scalp. Getting 17% ROI. Let's go. Let's get a round of applause for not just Mel, but for Min, M-I-N-H. Great job, man. Again, not just listening to us or taking the routine, but doing it on your own. I'm very happy to see that. That's more what I want to see. Great work. A self-sufficient leader right there, taking his own plan, taking his own trade. Good stuff. Round of applause. Good morning. What were your feelings around 2020 when the market was wild, if that makes sense? Honestly, when it first happened, the first thing that hit my mind when I saw Boeing hit 89 a share. And I've always said if I ever see Boeing under 100, I'm just going to grab calls without even looking. And that's exactly what I did. So I did make one crazy buy the dip play, but I didn't trade for about a month after that because I really just wanted to see what the heck's going on, you know, to really understand what's going on, what can I expect. And we basically started basing for 3 to 4 more months after that, after the COVID dip. And then that's when we finally recovered back over the highs that we had. And then we had that long bull run. But thought-wise, though, I was really just caught off guard. I think I was more happy to find opportunity with things hitting such crazy lows so quick. So I was actually more prepared than I would probably like to think, because I was ready to buy up stuff. But overall, it was crazy, man. It was definitely a lot of things. It was like, damn, you know, everybody was turning bearish super quick. Everybody was like, damn, we're going to keep going lower. But in my head, it was like, how? You know, how could we keep going lower? That would crash the global economy, seeing it happen like that. And it did, technically, but it was definitely a crazy time.
It's breaking lower here. We're under 291 now. After we had a little brief pause here.
Netflix holding 312 area still. Trying to build.
AMD's rejecting the pre-market low pretty well. Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, everything's moving together. This is a very great market to trade today. Most things are moving in sync. Meta, Netflix still relatively strong, like y'all just said. Google back in sync. Microsoft still heading lower. Let's go. My Boeing shorts. Let's go. Very happy to see those working. I love seeing Boeing drop. I can't breathe with what I see. Yeah, definitely take a step back, Mel. You've had a pretty crazy couple of days, in a good way. But definitely give yourself some breathing room.
Nice hammer being formed here on the Qs at this 291, 291 to 291.50 area.
The blend. This is nice to meet you, by the way, Justin. This is Think or Swim by TD Ameritrade. I did adjust some of the colors, so it might not look like it at first. Rambo's moving his spy put stop loss up now. Good stuff. I'm still just laughing at that. I can't breathe with what I see. It's all thanks to you, to be honest. I was listening to you these days and follow the discipline as you always said and follow pre-market plan. Would you like to check out my trade? I can send to the group like a... Yeah, no problem, man. I'm always happy to go over people's trades. I love seeing y'all's explanations. I like to give a little bit of constructive criticism, and then I also like to pat you on the back. So I'll give you a good positive and a good negative on whatever I see, if I even see it. If it's all positive, then of course I'm not going to try and make up anything. Also, you might need to tag me. I don't remember which chat I was checking to see you. Oh, never mind. I remember. But yeah, post it up and tag me. Honestly, Mel, you might not even need to study. You seem to be doing great on your own. What's up, Supreme Gaming Solutions? Love the name, man. Glad you like the streams. Daffy saying, I'm telling you guys, there's 2 types of heart attacks. Too much excitement and 2 from too much sadness. Choose yours. I buy things that look pretty good, Tech. Yeah, I bet, Mel, you said that was your first time trading SPX. And that's what I was kind of adding on earlier. You know, you can trade it the same way you trade how you normally like, but the premium's going to cost a lot more. So you are going to make a lot more. So really good job catching your... you said SPX is your biggest gain with 1 contract. That's a huge achievement, man, seriously. I would say it was really due to you, though, you know. Take the money out of the equation. You took the same trade you would have taken any other day, most likely. But you used more money, so good job. Hit the 6K, dear Lord. Good job, man. I really just am happy for you. I don't really have anything to take away from you. I really am just happy for you. And yeah, dollar did go hit the bottom of the demand. Remember what I said, guys. I said we'll most likely get a bounce off of this, and you'll need to look to see if a move goes under. Don't just start shorting when you see this break again. I mean, you can, but it'll most likely need to pull back up and test this as resistance from the bottom of demand. So you're most likely seeing the dollar give up its demand zone today. We've now seen them test the bottom of it, so be very careful. This buyer move, though, we talked about this. If you've been paying attention, you understand why we're getting a slowdown in the equity market. All right, I'll check it out, man. Love the name, Mr. Pawn. Alright, so here's his screenshot. Let me zoom in a little. Here's his bull case, here's his bear case. I'm interested to spy broke PM low and trade below. Oh yeah, the white background. The blinding concussion grenade. What level is this? It's kind of hard to see, I'm not going to lie. Okay, I can see it now. Your pre-market low that you were looking at. So you got your entry, and then you ended up taking profits with the next candle. Let me see this screenshot. Alright, so you bought 4... Oh, okay. I really like that you did it like this. He started scaling out. So he bought 4 at 256, scaled out 275, 275, 282, 300. Great job, man. Seriously, this is how you do it. You never want to just buy, you know, 10 contracts and then sell all of them, you know, way down here. You want to slowly work to selling all of them as you get to whatever your main target is. You know, so each time you hit a good level, you should be selling part of your position to at least kind of throw off some of the risk. But beautiful job, though, man. I'm really happy to see this more than anything, more than your trade even. I'm really just happy to see you giving yourself a fighting chance. Too many times I see people not give themselves that chance. Here you are with your prep each morning. So beautiful job, man. Seriously, this is how you grow. Is having that prep. You don't just randomly make good trades. You have to visualize it way beforehand. Seriously, round of applause for whoever that... I can't even click the chat anymore. Min. Great job, Min. Great work, man. Round of applause for him. M-I-N-H.
Good job, brother.
Tears in my eyes, need to cry more often. Mel, you're having a day, man. I'm very happy to hear it. And yeah, good point by Zuri. Sunny Diesel, it's one of these detachments, or one of these gadgets, sorry. So click these like little annotations, it looks like. Click it, switch gadget, and there should be one called Scratch Pad, and you can type on it all you want. I actually just recently found it, so I'm glad to see other people are already utilizing it. Good stuff, man. Very happy to hear for you, man. I'm very happy you get to enjoy the rest of your day now. You don't have to worry about anything. If you go from last level we fell from to the low of this recent move, we are currently rejecting the golden pocket, so you really need to keep eyes on that area just for short-term moves. But we will most likely get a push back up to at least this area and then a secondary leg down, or even a recovery back up to up here where we initially fell from. So these are two moves to look out for in case upside does happen, but we are definitely in a really good spot for continuation on shorts. But for anybody who's already taken trades, you don't really need to be jumping back into this yet. Wait for a more passive opportunity again. Don't overexpose yourself. No, that is not TOS. Moon Nikoi. I'm pretty sure that's... I don't even know if that's TradingView. That might be Weeble. But no, that was not TOS. What's up, Chance? I'm just really highlighting an area. It wasn't really to throw anybody off. But real quick, let me do something. Alright, sorry about that. I was letting my dog out of my room. I missed the pre-stream. How are you calculating this blue range zone was the question. I basically just highlighted an area of don't touch, kind of, for more passive trades. But I basically just grabbed from my historical level here, which I think, if I remember correctly, was from April 4th to 7th of 2021, these two levels here. The previous day close, previous day highs right here, and then my 40850, which was that more important level that's the gap fill range. So this is the top of the gap fill right here. And I basically just highlighted it to give people kind of a range of what to look for. It wasn't really an area of demand or supply or anything like that. It was just kind of highlighting it for the stream. Nothing special. It takes time. You don't just learn it through one method or anything. It takes time. I mean, I'm still not as disciplined as I'd like to be. Takes time.
And discipline in the markets transfers to out of the market. So if you're not disciplined in other aspects of your life, you can increase discipline there, and it will transfer over to the markets as well. Clear the diet, keeping your house clean, all that nonsense. I don't go to the gym because I like to go to the gym. I'll tell you that much.
You love the gym.
I hate that place.
What's up, Al? Glad to see you in here, man. Good point, Aristotle. I hope you mean like the historical Aristotle, not the annoying trader on the social medias. Imagine paying for little baby to do a promotion with you. Couldn't be me.
You be on some other stuff.
Hey man, let's tell people to invest in AT&T and that's it. Okay, my time frame is telling me to stop trading. It's 1.5 hours. It's the way. The rest is noise. I am done and out. Yo, good stuff, Mel. Round of applause for him one more time, everybody. Good stuff, Mel. Definitely take your profits, sit still. No need to continue to expose yourself to the market after you've already taken away so much from it. Great job, man. Devin, you've said that before live and been practicing it, and it really works in and out of the market. Thanks for that advice. And as a nurse, I should know that, but hey. Just a little more, come on. Don't tempt him, Jonas. Alright guys, so after this public week of streaming, I think I am just going to keep it public from here on out. You'll see better links and explanations to how you can access certain things that are around me after this week. So just be on the lookout for the bio of my channel. I'll make sure to give y'all better information next week. But I think I am just going to continue doing these public. I already messaged a lot of the other owners that I used to do these streams for, and a lot of them, only 1 or 2 of them might be discontinuing us, but a lot of them seem to have been on board. So I hope that that is good news to y'all's ears, but yes, I will be continuing these publicly. So you'll be hearing me, J-Bake, Devin, mainly me and Devin. J-Bake's going to be a little busy up until about January, and then you'll have a lot more of him. We'll try to incorporate people like Leland into here more. But let's run up those likes today to show the support for the public streams. I appreciate everybody in here. I cannot wait to keep doing these. Hopefully we can incorporate some cooler slides or transitions on the streams. Catch some more plays together, of course. Maybe down the road we can do some power hour streams, some Sunday streams. Sundays would more or less just to be for preparation, kind of like the pre-market prep. And then power hour streams would probably me just be going over like swing trading stuff, bigger time frame price action, possibly even late day prep for going into the next day. 1 million subscriber plaque incoming. That would be pretty impressive. I'm very humble though. I know it sounds weird to say out loud, but I'm honestly really happy with what we have now. You know, I really don't care if we get more people or not. I'm happy with the people we have here. I really don't care about, you know, growing to a huge size or anything. That would be cool, but really just happy to be here with you guys that are here now. Don't need much more than that. Support doesn't cost a thing. But let's keep it going. I just wanted to add that so everybody's aware. What's up, Ray? Glad to have you.
Alright. Seeing if we're getting that pre-market low retest or rejection. Tesla kind of coming up nice. So I kind of like that chart still. Never really broke too much lower. Kind of still hanging out in that range. Meta held up pretty good back above that pre-market high. Tesla retaking yesterday high. Google's right there as well. Netflix held up really well, slowly creeping back up. That's at 317.
A Lambo. I'd be cool with a Honda. I'm not even really a car guy.
Yeah, Josh is like me. Our vehicles don't get very much use, don't make sense.
How much is your car? How much is your truck worth?
Who, mine?
Yeah, like how much did you get it for?
I think it was like 32.
And my car is less than that. Like that just goes to show like we don't care about cars. I care about growing more than anything. And I think as a younger person, I really thought like, man, I really want a badass car or a big ass house. And the more you grow up, it's like, man, I really don't want any of that stuff. I'm okay with the kind of BS car. I'm okay with the smaller house or apartment or wherever you guys live in. You know, it's the minimal stuff is really the best.
There's no price you can put on waking up every day, doing what you want, when you want, how you want. Like you don't have to be super rich to do that. People always make feel like you got to make multi-millions of dollars a year to do in the stock market. You can make a very easy couple hundred grand a year and live your best life. So not everybody wants to blow out like some of these other traders show.
Exactly. Whatever gets me from point A to point B, Sherman. Actually, it's funny you say that, Rule, about the Rolex, because when people were losing money on energy, like when things were going up super high, and people were losing money on equities, there was actually a lot of money going into Rolex watches to kind of save their money, putting their money into Rolex watches and kind of stapling it there for a bit. So it's funny you said that.
And not to, but that market crashed like everything else. People pumped the Rolex market. People were paying double, triple what they're worth. Now they're back losing their butt, selling watches for half the price. Great time to be a buyer, terrible time to be a seller. We retook that pre-market low in SPY. See if we can get yesterday high now at 407. Looks like Meta, Amazon, everything moving together. XOM, not so much.
Love the comment about discipline. I agree completely. I hate working out, but had a group of guys keep me accountable, and that discipline overflowed into every other area of my life. Good to hear, John. That's amazing. You definitely don't want a big house, crazy for tax, heat, maintenance, yeah. See, homeowners in here know exactly what we're talking about. Look at the time frame and they're reversing. It makes me back to believe trading all day is for losers. It is. You shouldn't be sitting here trading all day, and you should never overtrade. I agree with Mel completely. To be honest, time, man, I just want freedom to spend time with my fam instead of pushing papers with restricted holidays and stuff. 100% Pike. And as a group, I think a lot of us will grow over time. Again, I don't expect anyone to have any overnight success, and that's not what we're aiming for. But I think over time, a lot of us will work towards something better or something more along the lines of what we want to see. Good message, Daffy. SPY is heading right where you said it would. And yeah, and that's the whole point, Sacked. Again, you're not going to see me ever say, all right, guys, it hit here perfectly. You better pay attention to me at all times. No, I cover both sides of the story. Could we have continued down to 403.50 from there? Yeah, we could have. We could have just kept selling off. But you have to understand, with that big of a sell-off, we might get a pullback. So it's smart, even if I don't believe it's going to happen, it's smart to at least point out what is possible if it does happen. Therefore, we stay as non-biased as we possibly can. But thank you for paying attention and catching that. Good stuff. Sold my crib, bought an RV, and hitting up national parks. Like you said, I don't care about fancy car house. I just work remote and travel. That's awesome, man. My grandpa used to do that. Before he died, he ended up having to get rid of it, but he had a motor home. That thing was insane. We went to all kinds of crazy water parks, and I used to love that thing. So more power to you if you enjoy it. If you're able to be comfortable in your own skin, good. Sorry for all cap. That's okay, man. I didn't think you were yelling at me or anything. 9:30 to 11 a.m. is a key to consistency. That rhyme, Mel. Just hire someone to carry up. Yo, Pike's out here with really good ideas. Yes, Sacked Lunch. I'm looking to start shorting again when I see a seller candle pop up. And here, let me go over that. But this was kind of the big indication of why a lot of us like to continue shorting early on when it was rejecting, because we kind of had this initial price action. This right here, this candle, it means 50-50. It means indecision. It means whatever happens next, I need to pay attention to. The next candle's red. It breaks a good level, but we didn't really break anything significant. We just kind of pushed a little bit lower. We pushed back up. and we reject it again. So we have another seller candle. So we have a 50-50, a seller candle basically telling me that we're just rejecting. I have no information yet on if I'm bearish or not. We get it kind of a tweezer top, and then what do we get? A lot of people call this an inverted hammer. I call it a shooter just for short, a shooting star kind of. But it's when you're looking for a nice sized wick hitting resistance and you want a spike in volume. When you see that, that should give you extra confidence, especially after having a couple other signals line up to this, telling us that sellers are very heavy here, which gave us really good early indications. And Mel was in earlier than this. But this is what a lot of us passive guys were looking more for, but it ended up lining up in the same spot Mel was in, so it was really good timing. And then we ended up getting that final break, finally breaking that short-term support that happened within the first 10 minutes of the day. Again, we do not trade the first 10 minutes of the day for this exact reason, because you would have already been shorting, and then you would have been having to sit into a shaky setup. If you had a good stop loss like at pre-market high, you would have been fine the entire time. But overall, this was kind of our early indications. This is kind of what I'm looking for around this area or possibly this area again for a secondary short. So yes, we are looking for another entry. I'm just trying not to be biased or push anybody into one side yet. We did kind of push everybody into shorts on that first move. Now I'm just kind of wanting people to chill and kind of wait for a more passive setup to occur again. But great question, great question. I think you should add my comments to BB. Always, man. I'm always reading out y'all's messages, especially the ones like yours who give advice, but also are just trying to positively reinforce others, especially new traders. It's always happy to see that support. Motorhome is your dream. Set up my price action system in my RV and travel. That's the life, man. We're going to have to go out there with Clive is. BB, account is up 11% last 3 days. I've been in stream, long and short. Appreciate focus on pure price action without bias prediction or callouts. That's worked against me in other rooms. Thanks for streaming. I needed it. Thank you, man. You're exactly the type of person I'm streaming for. Good stuff for profit. I'm very happy to hear that. And thank you for giving me that the reply today on Twitter. Appreciate that. Great stuff, though, man. Great question, John Freshwater. He said, I've heard multiple times, don't trade all day and don't keep sizing up. Any specific reason why? And again, these are just pieces of advice. These aren't things you have to follow. But overall, it's all about risk. So if you're going to be able to trade all day, one, there's a couple problems with that. Emotional. So your mind can only take 3 emotional decisions a day. Each trade indicates 1. So if you take more than 3 trades, you're already kind of stretching out your mental capacity. So that's one reason why. 2, you don't need to be sitting there trading all day because you're just going to waste your money and you're really not even going to start nailing down. You know, you're not going to be limiting yourself. You're just going to take every single candle as a signal, and that's going to throw you off, not just mentally, but psychologically, and you're just going to be trading crazily everywhere and not really making, you know, strong, concise decisions. You're just going to be kind of trading everywhere. So that's a big thing. And don't keep sizing up. That's not something I really preach a whole lot. I just don't want people to jump into more risk. The thing you want to do is enter your full position or enter a half position when you're taking these trades and trade from that. You really shouldn't be looking to leverage more into your trade unless you see some sort of pullback and you like where it is and you want to average down to keep your position. That's totally fine. But as long as you know where your stops are, that's the whole plan. But it's really just a passive thing, John Freshwater. We're not looking to push people into more aggressive styles of trading. So that's the only reason. Yes, I do, and I'm going to talk more about that in a bit, Supreme Gaming. I went on that line that it must be trust. I went on that line that... Oh, okay. He's saying he has to trust it even when you're wrong. Live or die by the levels, Mel. Live or die by it. We are wrong all the time, so use that magic stop. Exactly, don't want to lose those gains.
And to add on what the dealer was saying to John, you know, and you just don't want to give yourself, like, you know, let's say you're doing really well in the day, and your first trade you made a couple thousand, your next trade you made a couple thousand, you're like, you know what, I'm on fire today. Now I'm gonna size up and go even bigger, and now you lost all your profits for the day. Like that does terrible for your mental, and now you're trying to revenge trade to make your money back, and you take another trade that you maybe shouldn't have, and now you just lost a couple thousand on the day. Now you're red on the day. So you went from having a great day to a not so great day for what? How much money were you really trying to make today? You know what I mean? That's a question I ask myself all the time. How much money are you really trying to make today? we're very blessed. Some days, most days, we're making what people make in a week. Like, you just really just have to humble yourself and be like, you know what? How much am I really trying to make today? And just take it with a blessing.
Mel, at least when I mean size up, I don't know what he might have precisely meant, but when I mean size up, I mean like, let's say you're in 10 contracts in your trade, and then you grab 10 more. That would be sizing up. If you're starting with 10, that's awesome.
I'm talking about like when you take a green trade, then your next trade you take an even bigger trade. Like you just keep adding to your position size.
Yeah. Increasing your risk when there's no
Yeah,
need to.
increasing your risk when there's no need to.
Spies retaking the previous day close. Great call out, Leland. I've done that. Doesn't feel good. Yeah, it doesn't.
Hey, yeah, Mel, when you have a game plan size up, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, all right, well, this week, if I hit my goals this week, next week, I'm gonna allow myself to do this many contracts. That's not necessarily aggressive, like going trade to trade, not knowing, all right, how much am I gonna risk this trade? If you have a defined risk every trade, that's obviously way different. Oh, yeah, Brian with the real knowledge right there.
I removed this blue zone. It's kind of confusing some people.
You guys, I gotta get going, but nice hopping on with you guys again today.
J-Bag, stay safe, man.
Yeah, you guys too. I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a great day, man.
You too.
Meta's button up right against its previous day high. Same with Google, it's right underneath, not too far. Oh, trade.
What is the significance of the previous day's high? If you go to my BB system or day trading playlist, you'll see a lot more info on this as well. But it's a really good short-term level we like to look at. The previous day high is a very strong indication that if broken, bulls can take prices higher. It's just a good short, vague level. A lot of the time, if you see price action weak against it, it's a good risk-reward spot for sellers to try and take prices back down for a slight pullback. Previous day high is a very strong level of price history. Now, a lot of my levels of price history are from a long time ago. The recent one, like the previous day high, previous day low, these are all just short-term levels of price history. But that altogether, it's just price history combined together to give us these plans outside of range, inside of range, all that good stuff. No problem, Sonny. Glad you like it, man. Glad you got it on there, too. But thanks to you opening me up to SPX, this is crazy. 55% of my gain was from SPX. You're wild, Mel. You're wild. Did I miss any other questions? I'm sorry if I did. I was reading a couple things. $35,000 swing. I almost started to cry. Like, you made 35K today on a swing?
No, he was talking. If you scroll up, he talked about going green to red.
Oh,
He
oh.
was like, he was up a whole bunch and ended up negative 10K an hour later.
I learned that lesson on Tuesday. Was up 25K on SPY puts in that 20-minute drop, but ended up down 10K an hour. Yeah, that's a really bad feeling. It's almost like your stomach just drops out of your body.
Green to red is like one of my trading rules. If I'm in a trade and it goes green, as soon as it hits red, I gotta get out. And sometimes that momentum will get you anyways, and it's just an ugly day. But then you bounce back. XOM finally breaking out of its range, coming down a little bit.
Alright guys, so it looks like what I said earlier is coming to fruition. We are rejecting the 407.50s. Like I said, it'd be a little bit better of a retest to go actually hit 408.20s, but things are not always perfect. So far, we're getting a short-term rejection of this 407.50, which if you pay attention, that's around the previous day high / previous day close, which is a very strong level that price needs to get above and hold above if bulls want to have any chance of increasing over 410s for short-term price action. This is a good sign for bears if they can break this recent support of 406.30s and re-break today's low of day. So a level you guys should add to your chart is the meat of the low of the day, because this is where we recently hit, and it's not a level we've had yet. It's a new level we have to add. So going into tomorrow, you'll have to delete this level, delete some of these short-term levels going into Friday. Yes, sacked lunch. This is a short area. The only thing, though, is you need to keep your stops tight because, like I said, you have a good spot where they could bounce up again into the 408.20s. So a better spot would be to wait till it gets up to here to start shorting again. But overall, you just want to be passive. Mr. Bossman, I am a fast learner. I can tell. You're a very fast learner. I'm very happy to see where we end up going. If I'm here too, Mel, and anybody else who's been here the past couple days, I really have enjoyed a lot of y'all's company, and honestly, it can be kind of hard to keep your motivation, but you guys definitely helped that out. What do you recommend for people that can only buy one contract at a time as far as taking profits? And this is a big topic I like to cover. I almost said the wrong name. October. Glad to have you in here again, by the way. But check out the workshop number 11 video. I think it's like 30 or 40 minutes into the video. I talk about the staircase method. But for the staircase method, essentially, in short, definitely watch that video still. But in short, you need to start with one contract to begin with anyway. I don't want people jumping into trading and thinking, oh, I'll just buy 10 contracts because I saw this guy do it. No, don't pay attention to that. Focus on just one contract. Get really good at taking the initial break into your first target. Get really good at taking profits at your first target. Get really good at setting up a trade plan, a stop loss, a target for your one contract play. If that doesn't help, back up and just mental trade, do some paper trading first to kind of reestablish some confidence or what you want to limit yourself to. But find those types of entries that you want to take over and over and over. If it isn't that, don't trade it, you know? So essentially you need to find a type of entry to limit yourself to. And two, get really good at taking profits at the first target. There's no need to try and make it to farther areas. So focus on that. And that's exactly what the staircase method talks about, is when you have one contract, getting really good at taking to the first target, but then when you get multiple contracts, still applying that first step, you know, taking profits, a lot of your position at that first target, and then seeing how far you can take the rest of that position. Exactly. I like how Mel said it. Everyone reread what Mel just said. I like how Mel's stating that though. Confidence. Again, you can't become a good trader or be confident in any of your moves or levels or anything that might go against you short term. We always get in those trades early, and then we find us a pullback, and then we find ourselves questioning, do I even need to be in this trade? And then we exit, and then it continues in that direction, and we should have been profiting, but we're out of the trade because we let emotions take us out. That is your lack of confidence. And please, 3 times over, reread what Mel just said in his last 2 messages in the YouTube chat. That is a perfect breakdown of what I'm trying to get at. You don't have confidence because you don't review enough. You need to review more. And I'm not just talking to anybody individually. I'm talking to all of you. And this is the same for me. If there's ever days where I don't feel I'm confident, then I need to stop trading right then and there. I need to go back. I need to review. I need to start visualizing some moves, figure out what I want to take. So over the next couple of weeks, I will be dropping quizzes, information on these types of entries. But guys, I have playlists of videos and all this stuff, and I know that sounds like a lazy answer, but I will be dropping more in-depth information, but you have to get through the more basic information first. So please check out as many of the playlists on the channel as you can, some of the more recent videos. We have a playlist on live trades. We have a playlist on reviewing how to limit yourself in trades, and we have all of that stuff. So build your confidence, which, again, takes time. This isn't something you need to rush. Give yourself time. Also, where did the music go? It's too quiet in here. I think Discord keeps cutting my audio.
Coming back down to that pre-market low. See if we can break it.
Gotta run. Thanks for the great info. See you tomorrow. See you later, Tim. Yeah, I can drop the music link, Edward. It's a copyright playlist, but it's weird copyright. So there's a couple different layers or tiers of copyright stuff. This one is under the lines of it's a copywritten music. Like, I can't make money off playing this on stream, so none of these streams will be monetized. But they won't hide the audio of the video. So this is like a weird copyright playlist. Which, that's okay. I'm not looking to make money off these streams. I don't even think you can make that much until you have like thousands of viewers anyway. So I'm really not worried about that. It's not really my focus. Mel just said, if we short SPY here, then where is the risk or where is the reward? It's not there, so why do it? What will get you is chopped out for you. Wait, my bad. What you will get is chopped out for it's not your trade anymore. Snipe some quick puts off those levels for 20%. Good stuff, man. Always do the math. What will you lose and what will you gain? Will that keep you out or over? Will that keep you out of over trading? There you go. Keep it up, Mel. I'm loving this energy today. And guys, I've never met Mel in my life. I didn't even know he existed till this week on these streams, and I'm already appreciating his heavy engagement in here. Not only is he making big bucks, he's dropping big pieces of information for all of you. I genuinely think that speaks levels to his character. Good stuff, man. I really appreciate that. My bad, Clive. I just saw that you said breach the 50% retracement. Good eye on that. I didn't know how many of you were looking at that now, but good stuff. It's always nice to kind of see what retracement percentage we're rejecting or possibly retaking over. My big thing, though, is that we're rejecting a good area, which this is normal. Seeing us have red candles against the resistance, that's normal. Now it's really going to get follow-through. If it doesn't get follow-through, then like Mel said, we're going to be chopping in between this range. Between 407.50s and 405.20s. He's just a part of the streams. I don't think he's in Discord. If he is, I just haven't seen him.
In the pre-market low.
And next week, I'm not going to do it this week because I want to just kind of give you guys time to breathe. But next week, I'll be going a lot more over my Discord and how to use it correctly, since a lot of you guys are in there but don't know how to use it, since a lot of our attention is in the streams, which I understand. But I will be going over it more, what channels to utilize, how to utilize them, when to check them. Yo, Charts Focus 1 is in here. That's my boy. How's it going, Andrew? How are you doing, bro? You're somebody I would love to bring into a stream one day. I've known Andrew since before he was Charts Focus 1. Still very sick. Ah, man, I'm so sorry to hear that. Another one of my guys is sick too, D-Touch. He's under the weather right now as well. I hope both of you get better, man. All right, what are we looking at, Devin?
This rejection coming down towards 405, but nothing else is really selling off too much yet with it. So it's just kind of choppy. We need some other stuff to start confirming. We're just gonna get downside it. We might just put another higher low in. But if some of this stuff can get selling off on the big tech side, it'd be looking good. Meta might just did a little double top there against the 120.80. If you can break back down, previous low day, right there, opening price as well. Yesterday high, all same area.
Do I know Darth Trader? I might know of him, but I'm kind of drawing a blank right now, so I might not, Jesse. And I'm not really fair to ask that question to you. I try my best not to pay attention to any traders. I really do think it just adds more noise. The only people I really focus on are, one, I actually do appreciate watching Charts Focus 1's newsletters. He drops once a week. I didn't read the last week's one because I'm a little slow, but a lot of those are really cool. I don't even really watch the traders I used to watch anymore. I really do try to just kind of limit myself to myself or watching my own TA, because it's nice to kind of get outside guidance, but at the same time, it's also noise, you know, so it can kind of get in your way of seeing what you were initially planning or something you might have thought of beforehand, and then you might construe it a little bit because you ended up getting into that noise. But no, I don't know who that is. It's okay, Mel. As long as you know how to work YouTube chat, you're fine. This is where the meat of the attention is anyway. Discord is extra. There's a lot more educational content that's laid out in a more in-depth manner. There are some signal channels. I try not to have too many of them, and the ones I do have are friends of mine. I never have just a random bot post plays. I can't stand that. But yeah. But next week, be on the lookout. I'll be going over the Discord, how everything works, and how you can take complete advantage of it, as well as some of the educational content. We can even go through some if y'all want. I've always wanted to have a day that we go through the course or something. So far we're trying to build a higher low. We still are under really good resistance, but we have not broken the low of day again yet. So again, looking for more drop under 405s, possibly looking for more recovery above 407.50s into the 408. So not really a big movement there, but possible retest above that level into that resistance in which we fell from, which is very close to today's open as well.
If I was catching, retaking pre-market low, could be putting this higher low in if we get over that 407.71 and 408.16. Yeah, blue lands on it too. Man, we be thinking alike sometimes or something.
Y'all better.
You in my head, we better get out of there. There's some crazy stuff in there. Sheesh.
Speaking of Leland, I will also be showing you guys a lot of how Leland posts his plays as well. He posts so many good plays. It's insane. He was long Amazon and Google yesterday. Took a lot of their profits at the end of the day. The day before that, he was in a couple good swings, so definitely take advantage. Again, we're not one of those Discords that post a million plays. We only post so many because we try to just focus on quality over quantity, which I feel like too many people focus on quantity over quality. And yeah, they might catch more winners, but they're also catching more losers than we are. So they're really just diluting their own win rate. Jericho. And remember, guys, I know I haven't done it yet today, but zoom out when in doubt. It's always kind of easy to get lost in the smaller time frames. Remind yourself what's happening on the bigger time frames. Don't think that bigger time frames and smaller time frames need to be separated when it comes to technical analysis. Use them to empower themselves. Again, use your bigger time frame knowledge to help you out on those smaller time frames. And you'd see that we have filled the gap, and we're just simply rejecting. There's no need for us to have a fat red day today. If we do get one, awesome. We know what support to look for. We have the 401, 402, mainly the 403 area, though, that price can return to and test as support. So this is kind of the main indication to look for any more downturn. And for any reversal to the upside, we are going to need to see them retake today's highs, as well as this candle over here. But overall, this is why we're having just kind of a mild red day right now. Again, guys, we just filled the gap. We're basically filling it and just getting a slow red day. This is very normal. When you guys run around the track a lot while you're jogging or running or working out, you're going to get a little tired. Stocks are the same way. They get a little tired, their ribs start hurting, they need a Gatorade. This is very normal. But my bad, Andrew. I just saw what you said about Amazon. You're looking for the pivot. So you're in some 100 calls. What strike? Well, what not strike. What expiration did you get? I just said your strike. What expiration are you in on, Andrew? Very interested in that one. Here's my daily time frame chart for this one. I was actually in some Amazon calls yesterday. I was looking to swing, but I ended up taking profits end of day because I was very happy with that end of day pump. But overall, I will be looking to get some more plays on this, and I actually like this reset candle a lot. I might not like it for the overall market like on SPY, but on Amazon as an individual, it is holding up very well as a reset candle. So they actually do have 100 right in sights. I mean, it's right above them. I would say that is where they're headed if we do continue higher. Yes, you got served, yo. We took some SPY plays to the downside. A couple people in here took Netflix to the upside right at the beginning of the day with Devin. I took SPY to the downside with a bunch of people. There was a lot of hype behind a lot of the shorts. And since then, we've just been kind of monitoring a lot of things. You can also go back in the stream and catch up as well. We had our pre-market prep. I streamed for about 45 minutes, or a little bit more today, before the market opened, and then afterwards we covered the market for about 2.5 hours. I'll probably do a lot longer of a stream today, though, because it's already 10:30, and I still feel great. Yeah, same, Mel. I like AMC shorts, but it's just so low on its chart, I don't see the point in grabbing more shorts. Like Mel just said, the risk-reward is just not there. AMC got halted. It's up 19% today. Dear Lord. But how's the stream so far, everybody? And be sure to share the stream out to as many people as you can. These are public now, so be sure to share them. Let people know where we are. Let people know that we're here streaming, trading. Everybody's working together. Hopefully a lot of your friends get in on this. Sounds good, thanks. I check in time to time as I'm at work currently. Oh, perfectly fine, man. And yeah, feel free to ask questions as you come and go, man. I understand it can be it could be kind of rough to be working at the same time and actually tuning in and listening and paying attention. So definitely catch some reviews. Go back and check out some of the past streams. But yeah, feel free to ask questions whenever you do join in. Great stream, quality sound. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot.
Oh, I still bet on this pre-market low area. A lot of stuff still in a nice little range. Apple, Google, Amazon, Microsoft.
Watch out, Mel. I'm going to bring you into here one day. At first I thought you meant stream is after hours, but I got what you meant. I appreciate that, Sack Lunch, and that is my entire focus. It's not to try and be all around the place. I cover the same things every day with the same levels every day. Did Snap cure cancer? I have not seen it. Discord keeps blocking my audio.
Good old rule of three halt. I wonder if that's going to happen on AMC here.
Guys, let me know if the music's too loud. I'm trying something new. If it's too loud, let me know. If it's too quiet, let me know.
Are all the garbage stocks blasting, or is it just AMC, like BlackBerry and all them?
GME is up. BlackBerry's up.
So there's buying trash.
The trash rotation.
Trash rotation.
That's what we should call it from now on.
That's what they call it on Benzinga. Rotating under the trash names. Guess you could even throw Snapchat in there, because it's getting a nice little bid today.
Okay, thank you guys for telling me. Yeah, let's try this. It's a 3-hour non-copyrighted lo-fi hip-hop relax chill study stream, whatever the hell. They actually spelled stream wrong. It says Steam. And yeah, so far we do have lower highs on a lot of these charts, but we also have higher lows. So we are kind of squeezing into what I like to call an apex. When people who make knives form an apex, they're trying to get that edge as tight as they can, as clean as they can. And you want to wait for breakouts out of these moves, but not just outside of that squeeze. You want to look for some of the price action in between. So let's say, like right here as an example, we have a good resistance here. You don't want to just see price break out of this and then you get caught and it reject this level and then come all the way back down. You don't want to get caught with that. So what I like to use with squeezes in this particular kind of look, I like to look for a double confirmation. So not just a breakout past this, but I also like to look for a breakout past this. So definitely keep your eyes on that. Don't just jump into the first move. Of course, if you're a scalper, you're going to be able to catch a quick move into that resistance in certain cases. But overall, you should just look to be as passive as you possibly can. What's up, Sandy? How are you doing? Speaking of Sandy, actually, I wanted to repeat this out to everybody. If you guys are interested in retirement strategies or income producing strategies like debit, credit, butterfly spreads, Sandy is the person to check out. She's the single channel I have connected to my channel and my featured sub box or whatever you want to call it. So definitely be sure to check out her information. She has really awesome information on not just automation and trading and all that, but on the more deeper strategies for a lot of the times it's for more older or more mature traders who are looking to catch these investment strategies. So definitely check out her channel when you guys have time. This is no advertisement. This is just pure promotion. Sandy's the homie. So definitely check out her channel. It's the only channel I have linked on mine. Out of here today, trading on my phone, but I've got errands to run. Have a good trading day. Y'all have a great day, Jason. Thanks for tuning in. What I like here, that you are human working here to teach us with patience and your energy. God bless. Thank you, Mel. I appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you, man. Small lesson for me. Took puts off that 407.50 tag. Trusted that level enough to stay with it to 406 and out at 63%. Wow, amazing job, Moon. Round of applause for Moon. I'm just going to say, I'm going to call you Moon for short.
Moon.
I like your name. She really does, Clive. That's the only reason I promote her for free and keep her up on there. Because I really do like her content.
If you click on Josh's page, she's featured on the featured page as like subscribers. Still defending this pre-market low. Amazon creeping back up. Not too much movement.
How are all the weights doing, Devin?
Well, most of them are sideways. Meta, Microsoft, Google, Apple, they're all kind of just giving us a nice little condense and squeeze, conversion, kind of like you were talking about.
Yeah, I was asking you because I know you got all those you got them all like split up and all the weights.
It's honestly like paint drying right now, but yeah, we're waiting for the move.
Yeah, I really should see Devin's screens though. He has it set up kind of cool. Is it set up to see all of the weights of the market on SPY, the Qs? He doesn't have like 50 screens. He just splits them up really well.
I have it memorized to where to the point where I know which square is what stock. I don't even have to look at the ticker. I just know that that's Bert B moving over there.
Learning levels gives me something to stand on. It's a good feeling. Thanks to BB and this community. Thank you, Moon. I'm very happy to hear you say that, man. And I'm glad you have something to kind of trust a little bit more. It is kind of nice to have something a little bit more stable and consistent to work with. Because, yeah, you're going to catch losers. I'm not going to sit here and say you're never going to lose. Because, no, you are going to lose. But it's about taking that risk in positions that you like the most, that you're confident with. See, now you see the chop spot. You get it? Mel still going off.
We taking the pre-market low on SPY. XOM retook his pre-market low.
Done for the day. See you tomorrow. Gains with a fat Z. I like that, Rambo. Have a great day, man. Very happy for your gains. Definitely have a relaxing rest of your day if you can. And yeah, Spy's back up, guys. Like I said, we're kind of stuck in the range between where we fell from and where we fell to. Kind of stuck in this initiating range. And we really haven't even broken this part here at 40750s. So very indecisive right now for more one-directional moves.
With all the action we had yesterday, we don't have to move much. A reset day like this today could be pretty nice for continuation.
Yeah, big time. If we hold up pretty well today, Friday could be a big booming day.
Mm-hmm.
Very happy with that.
I ain't gonna be mad at that at all. Having some big money positioned wrong, trying to reposition their positions. Yeah, boy. Nice, Jonas. Lightning fast. Sheesh, Leland.
Was watching that squeeze on 1 minute, had a triangle drawn, last 5 1-minute candles increased with volume, quick in and out 10%. Wow, Jonas. Like Devin said, good stuff. Always happy to see people catch those quick scalps. And I view the 5 minute a lot for the stream, just for patience sake. But if you do use smaller time frames like the 1 minute and you are catching scalps like this, make sure you are looking to not hesitate. Because this right here, solid entry, solid exit, that's a less than 2 minute trade. But I promise you that was well over 15%. Which gap, Clive? Which time frame are we on? Because we have filled this gap here, if this is the one you're talking about. This has been filled from the far left. Let me go to my cleaner chart. Going off to do some work. All right, Mel, see you later, man. Thank you for tuning in, man. I appreciate the amount of advice, and I'm very happy for your huge day today, man. Great work. Your huge week, really. Oh, the smaller time frame gap, my bad. Possibly. It's a very small gap, so it's not like it has to be a huge solid candle there. You could just see a wick up and it wick back down. But yeah, you possibly could see that fill.
So I like how Tesla's holding. If they break either side of the range, that'd be a nice play.
How you been, Clive? How you been doing lately in the streams, and how have you been doing trading-wise? Wow, Sandollar, I was wondering where you were. Tesla, 142% put lotto gains. Maybe another one will come late afternoon. Very happy for you, Sandollar. Great job. And I'm very happy to hear Angie's not going to be ripping your leg off. Spy keep projecting at the VWAP. Could call it sack lunch. Anna J. Smith says, I appreciate the commentary. I typically find myself over trading and give back gains. For the past 2 days, I've been more cognizant of it and more patient, taking logical trades over FOMO. This is good. You are correct. That is good. And that's how you should feel. You should feel like you don't need to trade. You should feel like you only want to take trades when you see it happening. When you see what you like to see pop up is really what I'm trying to get at. Like you said, logically taking trades, not looking to just randomly take junk. Okay, so what if there's a big green candle? Why are you jumping into calls? Do you even know why? Big red candle. Okay, you're shorting it. Why? Just because you see a big red candle? You know, so make sure you understand reasonings behind why you like it. Thanks, B. I've been reading Leland's trade reviews today with the premium access. You were so kind to give. Many, many thanks. No problem, man. I was very happy to give you or hook you up because you've been around here for so long. You've been super active, and you give a lot of really good advice and just kind of help pat things along. I'm very happy to help reinforce people that help reinforce me. Trading confidence growing since meeting you and Sandy. I'm very happy to hear that, man. I really am, because I love seeing you guys grow. I love seeing you guys catch some confidence, really. Because it's not about catching wins. You know, I don't care what kind of win streaks you guys are going on. I don't care how big your wins are. I really am just more focused on how confident are you, and do you understand what we're looking for? You know, it's not even just me, it's you. So I'm very happy to hear that. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. And yeah, we'll have to see, men. We'll see. Me personally, no, Sacked Lunch. I'm kind of content with what I've done so far. But I will still be looking for trade ideas. We're pretty close to the lunch hours, so it's not like there's going to be a crazy amount of volume pouring in. But I'll still be here for a little bit while to try to call out some moves. So far, I do like shorts if they... Hold up, let me zoom back in. I do like shorts if we can get back up to this level here and reject with, you know, a similar fashion like we did here. Reject once and then reject a second time and give me kind of a shooting candle. A rising volume candle, red, has long wick on top. That's what I'd like to look for around here for a potential secondary short position to the downside. But overall, there's nothing really crazy here right now. Like Mel was saying earlier, the risk reward is just not for any side right here right now, because this is just potentially squeezing. We have a high, but we have another lower high, and we have a low, but we have a higher low. So nobody's really taking any ground right now. And that's why I zoomed out to the bigger time frame just now as well, to remind everybody there doesn't have to be another move. This could be it for the day, and that's all we know. So I'm just covering every scenario for you guys so you can see what we're looking for. Exactly, it's about being right, not the gains. Exactly. I'd say it's more about being able to be a good loser more than being right. That's a good way of putting it too. And yeah, thank you guys for the feedback on Twitter. I replied to, I think, every single tweet that went to me. So appreciate the feedback, appreciate the opinions, what to do moving forward. Appreciate all that. Always love hearing y'all's opinions and what y'all think is best. I've become heck of a good loser. In my opinion, B, I would love to see SPY go test 403 again, area where it broke to the upside for any major... Yeah, same. That's what I want to see as well. I'd really like to see us go down and test these areas more to the downside. But again, like I said, that doesn't have to happen today. But no, I'd like to see the same thing, because if anything, we almost look like a bear flag. You know, we've had a nice drop to the downside. Kind of have not really the perfect angle here, but you have kind of a flag setting up there. So just be very careful. But overall, though, I agree with you, though, Daffy. I'd love to see at least 403.50 tested for a better kind of recovery move for a reset day. And then if we range trade between 403.50 and 407s, that'd be awesome. Just kind of finish out the day. Definitely check out the question Leland just dropped in the YouTube chat. Definitely drop a reply to that when you see it.
was literally in my head. I was like, some traders only bat 50%, and they do just fine.
Yeah, you really don't need a crazy win rate.
No, you just gotta cut your losers short and let your winners run. But still just defending this pre-market low, waiting on the rejection or pump. Apple slowly drifting back up, staying in range though overall, as everything else. Need a volume pop either direction.
I just played Netflix 314 to 418. What? Maybe he meant 318.
Yeah, 318.
I was about to be like, damn.
Netflix went crazy.
Good stuff, though, Mohammed. Very happy to hear that. Yes, Jonas. That's my boy. I don't know the math on top of my head, but I used to do math where you could lose literally like almost 3/4 of your trades. But if you have good risk reward on those trades, you can still profit, and you'd actually be 10% green. Look at that. He said the number right there. If your risk reward is 1-2, you only need a 33% win rate. That's basically only winning a third of your trades. Great question and answer to that, Leland. Thank you for dropping that in there, and it kind of opens up people's minds. Thank you for reiterating about being contented on small gains. For now, I am focusing on the journey of being consistent with my trades, having the TA routine. There you go, man, Jackie. That right there. That right there. That's the bread and butter, man. Learning more each day with you in the community. Right there. That right there. That's all you need. What's up, Opulent? Thanks for doing the live stream. No problem, man. Very happy to be here. We have a lot of amazing traders and viewers here. I think a lot of you guys are really cool.
Yeah, man, that's the name of the game, is just staying in the game, consistently being able to be in the markets. There's a lot of people that have complained very heavily about this year, but if you look around at a lot of the traders that are around us, we've been killing it. You know what I mean? So you just gotta stay consistent, don't get biased, and take whatever the market gives us.
So whoever's new like myself, just take time and focus on the process and aiming for 2 to 3 years to stay consistent. There you go. There you go. Giving yourself a plan to follow. %, compounded 7 times is 100%. Don't underestimate the power of the small moves. Preach, Terry. Preach. I only chatted with the guy who lost 40 to 50 trades but made so much money. Basically shorting big spikes and low float comms. Profiting of big pumps and dumps 25 times or more if it worked. And yeah, most of these charts are looking the exact same. Nothing new to report on yet. Still waiting for overall market movement.
Paint dry.
Wow, Coinbase talks with Apple monthly about Apple's App Store monopoly. Okay. Shut up, Coinbase. XLK to the right, but red. It's the largest sector in the market. XLV, second largest sector in the market, but the least popular. XLK being the most popular, just kind of flat to the right. Same for discretionary, which XLY is discretionary. It stands for consumer discretionary. We like to look at Amazon, Tesla, Nike, Home Depot when we look at that sector. Comms, we got Google, Goog, and Meta. Some of you remember it as Facebook. They're also just flat to the right. Financials took a heavier hit this morning, and we talked about that one while Burke B was moving to the new lows. But they have not broken yesterday's open or anything as significant, but they have moved lower. So this was one of the few sectors that was holding us down a little bit with tech. We have industrials here, which, again, guys, if you highlight the top 5 sectors right here, you're highlighting 70 to 75% of the overall market. So make sure you are using that to help you have some confluence. You guys always see me talk about how we can use XOK to help us out on our tech trades. Definitely super helpful. And as you guys can see, though, me going through all the sectors, there's only a couple that are down. Most of them are just to the right. Again, this does have to do with the overall potential reset day that the overall market is not just going for, but is needing after such an incredible pump the other day. So be very careful. Losing trade is only just another trade between you and the next winning trade. Little number times a big number is still a number. What a group of words that was. Ziri, I don't quite know what you mean. Maybe you're asking someone else. SQQQ doing some moves. Good watch, Daffy. Strange guy, but respectful pain tolerance. It's some of those strange guys, Tobias, that are some of the greatest traders, too. It's weird. That's a pretty good story, though, man. I'm very happy to read that. That's pretty cool. It's always funny when these companies make so much money thanks to the platform Apple built, then get salty when Apple takes their cut that they agreed to in the beginning. Literally. It's like the whole Fortnite Apple store situation again. Spy's pump yesterday was so big that when I checked it on my phone, I could find... Yeah, it messes up your chart. That's why I'm constantly having to zoom over, like, over here. Because if you notice, like, it's, like, kind of hard to look at. But when I take that pump out of the picture, it's like, oh, okay, wow, it's a normal screen again. It's just how impressive that pump was. %, men, and I know that Devin's been watching Meta every day this week. If you've been in here, he's been basically just calling out Netflix and Meta each day because he notices that same relative strength you're pointing out. But good mention though, men. Either way, regardless who brought it up first, you're correct. I'm not here to be like, you didn't find it first. I'm just pointing it out. But no, good job, because you were correct. I'd also like to point out, since talking about the bounce on the dollar, we haven't really done anything. Just like SPY, this is also just range trading. So we're still looking to see if this is going to maintain control of demand, or if we're going to see a dip out of demand underneath. If you want to see this on the bigger time frame, if we end up losing this under support, we don't just want to see it break. We want to see it retest under, and this will give us a stronger indication that bulls are in control of the equity market. So we'll be looking at that.
Netflix has just been holding up impressively well. It might fill the rest of that gap if it finishes here today.
Oh, Keanu, I was wondering what you meant at first. I had to look up. And yeah, we could change it up all we want. I just threw up a bland one. Zero, you're definitely not crazy. Or at least for this reason, you're not crazy. You might still be crazy. Yep, Wall Street's already going to lunch. You're correct, Daffy. They're going to it or about to head to it.
Up below, dash for trash. Yes, sir. can't wait to hear Dennis rage about how everyone was buying garbage today. Tomorrow. I don't know why they're buying these things.
5 Below going crazy today. Is that ticker just 5? F-I-V-E, if I remember correctly. Oh, they had earnings. And wow, they actually moved after earnings too. Very nice. But yeah, guys, as we start to do more streams, I will incorporate doing power hour streams a little bit more. We'll also do some Sunday streams. Not yet, but I want to jump into starting to do them to get some of you guys who are more into swing trading into some of those moves. And then maybe down the road we can even increase the length of these streams. I'm just trying to keep it kind of clean, trying to keep it normal for everybody. Yeah, that's actually not bad risk reward, Tobias. Toby from Naruto. Obito.
Shauna went crazy this week. It's crazy to see what they're going to do over the next month. As long as they can stay away from invading anybody and stepping on too many toes, it could be a nice balance. Let their COVID stuff simmer off a little bit.
As long as you don't call me Toby1 Kenobi, I am fine. I won't go that far with it. I kind of like saying Tobias. It's almost like I'm speaking to like an old Greek or something. Marcus Aurelius.
Good guys' books to read.
I've been done for a bit, but you guys just bumping in the background. Appreciate that, Sonny. Do you guys see what I mean, though? I don't want you guys to think like, oh, we have to take another trade. Do you see what I mean by it's indecisive right now? We don't have a direction. Yes, you could say we're in a bear flag. Yes, you could say that it looks good to recover back to where we opened. You know, but that's all the information we have. So I just want to make sure a lot of you guys are not antsy. And if you guys are from Twitter, I appreciate you joining in. Welcome.
Yeah, pre-market low is just bouncing. You might have holding pre-market high still. Between that and 120.73.
Never antsy on a choppy Thursday. Heard that. Do I see more downside for Costco? Oh, that was mainly a buy the rumor, sell the news type move anyway. So I'd be very careful on that. But you do have a pretty strong bearish kicker, and this is before their earnings. So there's two things you could look for. This could just be them moving it down to price in a better earnings, so they'll bring it down thinking that earnings won't be as good. If you see them bring it back up, they're probably pricing in the fact that they think earnings will be good, and then they could bring it down afterwards for another buy the rumor, sell the news type move. But that one's a little iffy, SK, because you're very close to earnings, so it really could go either way. So I'm not trying to give you some false, sense of direction, but that is a very strong bearish candlestick pattern on the daily time frame. So you might have a couple reset candles like we're experiencing today on SPY, but to the upside on Costco. So be very careful with that. But it does look like it would want to dip a little bit more. And I would like to point out, it mainly looked like it was going for this gap fill, and it almost already completed that for the test of around 500, which is also a very strong psychological level. So you could say it does, but at the same time, you might get a little bit of upward fight first before it does try to continue lower, just because of how quick it already moved. Kind of in the vice versa situation of what SPY is doing. It's up so much, it knows that it probably wants to go up more, but it's tired. It can't just keep going, I eat a lot of things, but I don't let things eat me. Solid advice. Interesting candle on Tesla. You on the smaller time frames, Leland? Oh, you talking about that long-legged candle there? Good job, David. Very happy to see that, man. I'll check out the tags in a little bit. I'm sorry I didn't see them ASAP, but I think I did see you and one other person mention snow today. But very good job, David. That's a very good increase. Very happy to see you planning beforehand, taking it, planning afterwards, reviewing. That's the full routine, man. Keep it up. Keep up the good work.
XOM moving a little bit lower, but not on much volume yet.
Are we finally going to get the bear flag break to the downside?
Maybe.
I'm going to check the 30-minute. I haven't checked it once today.
Everything's drifting down a little bit right now. Not crazy. Apple losing a little bit, 147.30. See if we can get below pre-market low.
We have really good inside of the range rejections, too. Apple breaking pre-market low again, fighting, great call out. Yeah, same here, Tobias. I think the bear flag break's going to happen first after experiencing these past hour and a half of price information. Great job, though, Jonas. Why I say great job is because you were calling out Apple at the same time, and this is the king. You guys got to remember about the tier system. This is the king, Apple. The queen, Microsoft. Why do I call them that? Because Apple has the most effect on the market weighting-wise, Microsoft being second. So this is why they're the king and queen. So anytime we can catch moves that are also moving with these two is a more high probability move because we're catching it with confluence. This is why when I say when you're trading Tesla and Amazon, you need to be looking at XOY. You need to be looking at the Qs. If you're trading Apple or Microsoft, you need to be looking at the Qs or you need to be looking at XOK. Something in confluence with it. When you're looking at NVIDIA or AMD, and maybe one day we can go through a whole list, but when you're looking at a semiconductor, you can look at a handful of them, really. SMH, SOXX, SOXS is a great one as well. These are three great ones you can look in confluence with them to kind of have a better picture of what may be going on. So make sure you guys are using that for double confirmation. It's very, very, very helpful. See the dollar still holding that 105. They're getting a pretty good bounce at the same time that SPY is wanting to move lower. So we do have pretty decent confluence in that aspect. Yo, round of applause for Tobias, everybody. 55% gain in 10 minutes, baby. That's what I like to hear, man. Could you go over these maybe post-market Friday or this Sunday if you planned on a Sunday stream? Yeah, 100%, man. We could do it tomorrow at the end of the stream, or we can do it Sunday if I plan on it, like you said. I am done going to make some dinner for my girl. Good job, man. Happy girl, happy life. Happy wife, happy life. But 100% chance. That's a great time to do it. Good idea. How's everyone else doing? Is anybody looking at something? Is anybody trading something? Are you guys looking to try to trade something? Are we just kind of sitting here watching? It's the vibes of everybody. If you guys are in my Discord, this is the first channel you should check out once you sign up. One, if you have the course or don't have it, DM me. We'll work out something. I want everybody who's a member of my community to have it. But Trading Strategies is the first channel you should check out. Scroll to the top, of course. And I'll give you all kinds of setups. Mainly, some have just some indicators, like the 9 EMA. Some of them do. But I give you the entry, the exit, the level of confidence for swings, for day trades. As you can see, day trade scalp, looking at from the watch list. Break that level, good entry, good reasons. I'll give you a whole paragraph on each one, basically. So this is the first channel all of you should check out once you're in here. And then I would scroll down. We also have stream clips here. I always kind of abuse this channel, but you can go to the top of it. And I have all kinds of 60-second clips that give you all kinds of information, so definitely be sure to check that out. I have a channel. My mods have a channel. BB Bot. Extra kind of just info there. Trade Floor, of course, all these nerds in here. And then DukeBot, this is my friend for premium. He covers a bunch of signals for day trades, swings. He's really just a signals guy, but he comes from my group, and then he created this bot. He sells it to other servers, but he's a very esteemed leader within the community. Premium chat, of course. We have the live trade series. This gives you kind of an in-depth review of trades that we take live. It gives you entry, exit, and in-depth reasoning. Lifetime, of course, all that junk. But this is the next section you should check out, the educational section. You only have to have basic to see all of this. But we have the YouTube videos, of course, that go up. The BB Bootcamp, which this has all the quizzes, which I've shared with you guys in these streams before. If you want the links to them, just ask. Or you can join and get them all you want. The automation information by Sandy, amazing options trader, and she's just an amazing trader, amazing teacher, just amazing all around. So definitely check out her info. The workshop classes, these are public to all of you on my YouTube channel. It's a playlist. We have the Keys channel, which some of this information is super old, way up top. Some of the information is fairly new. All kinds of different links, PDFs, all kinds of different things. Psychology behind trading emotions. I used to kind of just go crazy with my huge paragraphs, but huge amounts of information in that message. Volume and Fibs, one of my favorite channels for education. It has volume and fibs information from JBake and Leland, not just breaking down the basics of volume, but the more in-depth of volume, like anomalies, seeing bigger candles but small volume, or big volume and small candles, and vice versa. There's all kinds of explanations on all this information on fibs and volume, so definitely be sure to check that out. Pattern trading, I made this channel myself. It's very old information, but it still holds up very well. It gives you the insight of how to take a bigger time frame chart to find a bigger pattern, to find something initially, and then to bring it down to the smaller time frames. I break it all down on a couple different trades I've actually taken, like on Crowd or Zoom, back when Zoom was actually relevant. But really, really awesome ways of finding good trades from bigger to smaller time frames with in-depth breakdowns. We have the pattern section, which this is pretty old, but it's just visuals and just short-term explanations on a bunch of different things from my boy Troy. That's the free educational thing. It looks like I need to update that invite, but it'll basically just take you to... I don't even know where this server is anymore. Here it is. It'll take you to this server, and it's just a bunch of free channels people can look at. We got almost 2,000 people in there. But all kinds of information, entries, orders, books, videos. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in here that I thought was pretty useful. What else? Trading lessons and trading reviews. These are both pretty old channels, but they have a lot of really, really good information in them. And that's kind of the gist of a lot of the educational stuff. We have a lot of information, as you can see. But over time, it's not so bad. But I just wanted to show that off. Show you guys what we do every day. And yes, there are signals, there are plays posted for people, but our main focus is helping people be self-sufficient. So that's why you won't see as many. As I said earlier, we focus on quality over quantity. Clive, the first thing I read is, I'm just watching. You can get arrested for that. Just looking, I've never traded, just trying to understand. Take your time, Zane. Do not rush into anything. Take your time. Looking at SPX puts, if we can't hold 4060. Good plan, Sonny. I like that. Taylor's baking, of course. Hopefully some good treats. Get that knowledge section down. If you're new here, nobody comes close to the amount of content than this group. Preach, preach, preach. From early in the day, 407 put. All right, well, you still should be in good profits then. You really need to see the break of 405s for us to head down lower. Main target's going to be 403.50 if we do, in fact, break this 405 area. And like I said, we will most likely get a break of this, what was a potential bear flag forming. If we don't get this to hold here, look under 405s. If we get a hold here, this is potentially a really good base build. And if it breaks over this high with rising volume, you should see at least a push to this level here, possibly today's open. And I'd say a tertiary, more farther out target would be the 409.70s, the level that we had problem with from the pre-market high. So now we have plans on both sides from where we're currently sitting. Your house must be smelling so good right now, Taylor. What's up, Devin?
Shoot, chilling, watching to see if we're gonna break lower or not. Trying not to jump the gun. Might not make any more trades. XOM's pulling down.
I'll make another trade if we crack 405.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just trying to see if we can do that. But then you just got like everything just looks like it's just trying to like Microsoft, Meta, Google, just all just kind of holding. They're not really selling. You got XOM selling, and that's about it. So I'd like to see some of those start picking up some steam.
Dollar, a strong seller's reaction from yesterday's comment from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, has left the dollar tumbling down with a break of this descending triangle. Hitting our first, let me add some emojis. Hitting our first demand zone, the dollar is rejecting and attempting to retest the break. Mean reversion. What that means is when price stays away from its moving average, we tend to see a little bit of a pullback. One of my favorite methods when using moving averages has been buy at the moving average, sell away from the moving average. Very smart. Very in-depth breakdown by D-Touch here. And even though he's sick today, he's still dropping some amazing info for the group. So definitely be sure to check that out. Very nice of him. I'll try to open this up more when I see post dropped in here. Because I like kind of spreading information about some of the plays and some of the information my team provides. Hell no, Pike. Hell no. I never trade most of the day. And when I used to, I'd hurt myself. Emotionally and account-wise. Focus on just trying to look for a single good trade. You know, focus on that, then move on. See if you can find another. Don't really aim to have a... It's not annoying, but I hate when people ask how many trades should you take a day, because it's not even like you should be limiting yourself. Don't limit yourself, but don't put a target on it either. You know, same thing for your equity. Don't say I am going to make $100 today. Just try to find a good trade. Find something you're comfortable with and get into it. Go along with your plan. What's your trading time sweet spot? The first hour and a half is a really, really good sweet spot after the open. So from 8:30 to about 10 is a really, really good time to trade. And then probably the last hour of the day. But even during some days, though, you'll find great opportunities at lunchtime. You know, it's just those are the more hot hours for volume. The sweet spot, as you said it. Curtis, we can look at Ulta here in a second. I need to invest in a diaper genie. My house don't smell like cookies. But let's check out Ulta. But is that all you needed, Pike? Seriously, if you guys want a routine, I'll give you guys the whole routine. 1. Focus on the levels. Get really good at drawing the levels. If you guys want to start over Spy, we can. I'll redo Spy right now. But let's look at Ulta real quick, and we'll jump into it, and then we'll go through the routine. I want to get my boy Curtis, his TA.
Looks like energy's moving lower, XOM. We get text start moving lower, we finally get that move on spot.
Oh, that's all-time high. Damn, that's crazy.
Ulta going in right now?
Bro, Ulta's at all-time high.
Is it really?
473.
What the?
I actually have some pretty funny stories about Ulta, but we'll get into those later. So here's an old area of supply. They held it as demand. So for any pullback, you need to look towards here, Curtis. So if you get any kind of pullback, this is where you want to look at. Because this is the old area of supply. It's actually turned demand because they pushed out of it and held it as support. So this is actually demand now. So you could even get another buy reaction off of that, which is crazy to think about. Open and high. So yeah, about 444, 450. But it looks like it has a little bit more room to the upside. But you had earnings, so that's probably playing into it. So be very careful just randomly jumping into longs or shorts on this because there is a lot of volatility right now in it. But pay attention. If they end up gapping down, you potentially have an evening star here, which can look for a pullback down to that area that we're looking at. Yeah, Devin said XOM, not XLM. If he's actually asking about XLM, we can look at that too. Yes, it's definitely awesome to swing trade options, Oscar, but again, you have to know what you're doing, so take your time to mental trade to find some setups, and you'll see me go over more stuff over time. And you can also check out my swing trading playlist, and I'll get into more swing trading TA, Oscar, so if you're into that, we'll definitely get to it soon enough. But let's rechart Spy, guys. I want to go over Spy, since a lot of you guys want to see the routine. So, who here is already aware of how we get our levels and everything? I'm not going to mess up this chart. I want to keep it the same. Because a few of you are using this. So when we grab our bigger time frame TA, and all of this is explained in the workshop number 11 video, which all of you should check out if you really do want to follow the routine we like to follow in here. I'm going to break down just the day trading levels. If you want to look at the bigger time frame levels, be my guest and check out workshop number 11. But a big thing is that we like to mark levels of price history. And as you can see, I'm going to cheat a little bit and just kind of start from here. That's the high before COVID. I'm going to start down here in the 340s. So first thing I like to look for is meat of the bone. I like to grab the close of the green candle as it's making its first high. Price has never been this high, I'm going to add it. Price has never been this high, I'm going to add it, so on and so on until I keep going. I see the tops of these green candles, the meat of them, as kind of a break spot. It's nothing any more than that. They're just really, really good levels to kind of add on. And let's say I have a huge range, like right here. Would it really be fair to say above 339.50, let's target 343? That's a pretty decent distance. It's not really fair to say that that's our main area. So sometimes you'll see me use a fib retracement, and it's not to use it as a fib retracement or anything fancy. Nothing fancy here at all. I'm just adding a halfway point because I want to fill up that range so I have an effective level in between. If you want to do that anytime you see a larger range on SPY, if I see something about $4 or $5 or two bigger than that, I'll go ahead and add a halfway point. Certain charts will be certain distances different, but overall that's what I like to do to get those levels. This one right here is kind of a special case. I like to just grab this level anyway, even though there's a red candle above it. And I take it from there. I just add tops of green candles. It's that simple. Anytime I see a large range, I'll go ahead and fill it in with the level that's in between, like we were covering earlier. Like this one here. And at first you might be like, well, this is a little junky. This is weird, right? But it ends up giving you a lot of the best levels of price history that line up on the smaller time frames. I'll show you guys this here in a minute as we approach current price. So let me finish this up here. But every level I've grabbed so far is either a emerging candle or it's a halfway point between emerging candles. Again, I'm starting from the left like a book. We always read books left to right, unless you guys are from the other side of the world where you can read it in the other way as well. But again, we're always going left to right, always. Anytime we have a large range, like between here, because again, let me point it out. Above 374, would it really be fair to say target 379? No, that's a pretty far target, and there's not a high chance that that actually hits as the next level, so you need to add that halfway point. Again, I'm going from emerging candle to emerging candle, and I'm adding the halfway level in between. Keep on scrolling over. We're getting pretty close to current price finally. Like I said, anytime you see a big range, add that halfway point. And this is just a simple way of grabbing levels to help you out on the smaller time frame. We're on the daily to help us out on smaller time frames. You can use the same method on the weekly or the monthly to help you look at the daily time frame or even the 4-hour for swing trading, for people who like to look for swing trading setups. I know some of you like swing trading more, some of you like day trading more, so I like to cover both. We're finally getting up to current price. I'll probably stop about here, but I want to get these levels set. Oops. And it is hard to look at on the daily time frame, but again, this is not for the daily time frame. We'll do one more here. And then we'll go look at the right side for the smaller time frames. We'll see how is price reacting to this. So step one, getting your levels, understanding why you're grabbing them. Make sure to talk to yourself like you just saw me do. Okay, this is an emerging candle. Awesome, I'm grabbing it. Okay, this is a halfway point. Awesome, I'm grabbing it. Make sure you point it out to yourself on why you're marking that on your chart. And then go down to the smaller time frames and truly look at the levels. Like go back, not just to today, not just to yesterday, but go back a few days. Seriously, check it out. And as you add, let me start from here, I guess. Let's do this day. And as you add, actually that'll be a bad example because there's no price history here. But let's say this is the day we're trying to trade, right? And this is the day before. Let's say this is current day, this is the day before, right? We're going to add that previous day high. We're going to add that previous day low. We're going to add that previous day open. We're going to add that previous day close. Let me zoom in so I can see it. Right? All of our short-term levels that we like to add. Our pre-market high, it's basically marked. Our pre-market low, it's kind of right here. Right? And then we look for trading opportunities inside and outside of these levels using 40% or 80% entries. Let's remember, what is a 40% entry? Who can tell me what is a 40% entry? It's a 40% entry, the initial breakout where you can look for rising volume or candle closes beyond a level, right? So we can look for open range breakouts. So that would be, let's say at this day, we were saying 401.50s is our break below, 403.50s is our break above. That's our initiating breakout plan. That's what we want to see break to show bears are in control or bulls are in control past our initiating range, right? So this is what we can look for initial breakouts. What is an 80% entry? Who can tell me that one?
Been creeping back up. Spot retook opening price. Then get a new low a day. Google coming. Yeah, Mustard Tech getting the same little green candle here.
An 80% entry. The retest of that initial breakout. Oh, spelling error. Of that initial breakout, price returning to the level for a bounce / reversal. This is what we like to look for our plays to not just break, but then to also return to that level. So if we were looking at 403.50 for a breakout, and let's say we went up to 404.50 with that move, right? We go up to 404.50 after breaking out 403.50, right? And let's say that's your take profit spot for your initial breakout. Awesome. But let's say you didn't catch that initial breakout. What can you look for? A lot of the time we like to go from point of the breakout to the high of that move. And if we see the control point / golden pocket retested, this gives us a short-term retest, right? This is where we can look for short-term retest to bounce, right? Let's say we don't get that short-term pullback. They don't do any of that. They don't want to get a short-term retest. What is another sufficient area for us to look at for a reversal? The point of the breakout where we had the initial breakout, right? So we can look at 403.50 for that excess entry. We have 2 types of entries right there. These are the types of entries you guys should be focused on. This is what you should be limiting yourself to. If you're taking any other trades that are outside of these 2 trades, you're not trading. You are gambling. You're lottoing. You're not giving yourself a fighting chance for future trading opportunities. See you later, Clive. Thanks for being in here, man. But this is what we're looking for, right? And this is how you should view your charts. You should be able to, and then let's say going into tomorrow, right? Let's say all of this is ruined and it didn't break range. What do I do with these levels? Leave your bigger time frame levels. Delete these short-term ones from the previous day, like I am right now. Go into your next day. So this day is over, right? It's all gone. Add them again for the next day. You would then add your previous day high, previous day low, which is basically in line with your open. You don't need to add the close for that day. That was that low volume half day we had. Your pre-market low. Whoops. And your pre-market high. So we're really already having everything in plan with the bigger time frame levels. No need to adjust those. Just adjust those short-term levels that we're messing with, right? Move on. What did we get that next day? We got a break under 398, sorry about that. And this is what we watched that day. We watched it under the pre-market low towards 397, towards 396, and possibly 395, saying as a psychological level, that would be a good in-between target between 396.40s and 394 without having to draw it. You don't need to flood your chart with levels. But 395 being a good psych level. They ended up bouncing from there end of day. But we had a really good open range breakout. And let's see what we had happen here. Let me zoom in. So after we broke that level, right, at 398.30, this was when that news came out, so it was a little junky there, so we didn't trade that. But on that second time, and you can even say this is your new low if you really want to be anal about it, you can say that's where they fell from. But this is where they fell from, was 398.30s, right? And this is where they made their low of their move before having any fight back. What did they reject? Just like when I was talking that other example about them holding on the golden pocket or control point, this is what we like to look for retests. So I showed you one to the upside. Here's one to the downside. They broke that support. This is the low of their move before slowly recovering. And they never even recovered over the golden pocket to even reach this. So they had a short-term retest. They didn't even make it to the more mid-term retest that would be a more healthier option. They ended up doing it straight from here. So not only was it from that recent low, it was from a good retracement percentage. And this is what we like to look for. We like to limit ourselves to these types of trades. Let me delete all of that now. This is supposed to be my untouched chart. But essentially, this is what we look for in our day trading. So 1, get really good at the levels. Get really good at practicing those levels. You should be doing that on 5 to 10 charts a day just to practice, not even to trade. You should be doing that just to practice alone. And then we can get into the buy the dip trading strategy as much as you guys want, but focus on that. Focus on getting your levels, understanding how you're getting them, where they're coming from, being able to clean off your levels from the previous day, going into the next day, you know, maintaining your chart, limiting yourself to those 2 types of entries, the 40%, the 80%, the initial breakout, the retest breakout.
Coming back up, see if you can break through that previous yesterday high.
BB Bot posted, everybody. Got a squeeze on SPY. They posted on the 5 minute. They want to confirm a 5 minute over resistance. And they're even using Apple for Confluence to get an extra look at the market. They also just posted Tesla inside of a squeeze.
Amazon too. I'm looking at the 30-minute chart and it's just squeezing.
What's up, Edward? Does that same philosophy go with orb breakouts? Does that stand for open range breakout? I don't know what orb is. I've seen people say orb before, but I have no clue where that comes from.
Yeah, I believe that's an open range breakout.
Everything that I just showed you, I found on my own. But I'm not saying I'm the first person to ever figure out what an open range breakout is or a retest. I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying that. This is just how I view my levels, and these are the two types of trades you can look for. So just to make that clear, I basically found all this on my own, but I'm not the first person to ever invent open range breakouts or the retest of that initial breakout. That's just logical thinking, in my opinion. Because you don't...
Your open range breakout's the 40% entry, as we call it.
Exactly. What? Fan Fang? Who are you? Been listening to you guys quietly all week. Just made my first trade. $3,950 gain. Dear Lord, brother.
Dude.
What did you trade, man?
Yeah,
I'm very
so
happy
what
for
you
your
trade?
gains. I want to guess that you traded Netflix or Meta. But man, I'm very happy to hear that, and feel free to continue to sit there quietly. There's no need to continue to interact or engage. It does help, but I was the same way when I first started out. I didn't really like talking a whole lot. I like to focus on what's happening on the screen more than anything. I'd only talk to a minimal amount of people. But totally, dude, great job. I'm very happy to hear that. Spy, you did that all today? Did you have a variety of short and longs, or did you just have one side and you went kind of heavy on it? If you don't want to go dive deeper into it, Fan Fang, no need to. I'm just asking questions. Beautiful job, though, man. I'm very happy to hear that. Okay, so he went deep on a very confident play.
He bought the dip. Nice.
But hopefully you guys enjoyed that breakdown on how to draw the levels, the routine you should be following to practice those levels, the two types of entries to limit yourself when you're navigating through these levels. Hopefully that helped out some of you. We do have an entire playlist on all of that with a lot of in-depth breakdowns, as well as the workshop number 11 video. All right, so Fan Fang, if you guys don't know, and I haven't gone over it in the stream yet, but he basically did the buy the dip strategy. He basically looked for a low and a higher low. As long as it doesn't break this support, this is his stop loss right here. If it breaks this, he's out. He's losing money, but he's out with a very small loss, right? And he set a very tight stop on. This is most likely his stop loss. He sees volume pick up, right? And if you guys check out the buy the dip strategy playlist, you'll see this all over each video, or if you're in the chat on the trading strategies channel. But then he looked for volume, and he's correct. He had volume confirm at hold. It picked back up, and this indicated that buyers were at least trying to go take it to the next resistance. What's the resistance we've been having all morning? 407.50. So this is most likely where it wanted to go hit, and look where it ended up smacking that. So very good job, Fan Fang. Let me know if I'm a little off on my breakdown of your trade, but that is how we like to look at the buy the dip setup. We like to look for one really good low. We like to see a second low established, and then we like to see volume push through. If you can get a push past this, it's a secondary confirmation that it wants to continue higher, but that is essentially a really, really good setup. Good job, too, not just randomly buying the first dip, not randomly buying the in-between, but waiting until you see the better test of that higher low. That takes a lot of patience, Fan Fang. Great job. Facts, Casso. And good job, guys, supporting Fan Fang. I really like to see everybody kind of patting each other on the back. He said, that's exactly it. I also bought 407 call and got out as soon as it hit 406. Okay, so you had one go against you, but you let your major position really, really rally. So good job, man. Seriously, round of applause for Fan Fang. Beautiful work, man. And I'm very happy I was able to not guess, but break down your trade that you took. Because that's kind of the only setup I see here. Yeah, this is a profitable move. Yeah, this is a profitable short if you held. But those are both very impossible to do emotionally. This is the only logical one that made sense. Beautiful job, though, man. I'm not joking. Really good job. That takes so much patience and effort and just honestly reviewing to even see that kind of move is possible and how to catch it. Great work. Apple up into the 5-day volume profile point of control, and Qs are up into the VWAP here on the 5-minute charts. Good breakdown by Alan Fincher as well.
Yep,
Patience is key.
Netflix creeping up as well.
Patience is key. Watch for days and only took one trade. Look at that, guys. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Not taking that many trades. Fan has been sitting here all week, and he only took one trade, yet he made almost 4K. Now, let's be honest, he did take a heavy position, so that's why he was able to come out with such huge gains. So don't let that ruin your journey, guys. Just because you're not trading with as much as Fan Fang, that doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to take good trades like that. He just used more money, but he had a lot of confidence because he's been looking at this stuff for a while. So great job, and I hope nobody catches FOMO trying to catch gains like that, but beautiful job. Yes, only one trade today so far, waiting on my ideal setup. Awesome, I'm very happy to hear that, October. How have you been doing? Like I said, guys, I don't care if we had one viewer in here or 300 viewers in here. We're going to grow. We're going to keep going over the same setups, the same entries, same exits. We're going to take wins. We're going to take losses, but we're going to grow passively and slowly over time. I was just about to ask that next. He said he only used 15% of your account, which is actually a pretty decent size, but you guys can see he's not using 100% of his portfolio to jump into that position to make that. So very good job, Fan, taking risk with confidence. Again, great work. That is not easy to do. It takes time. Yep, he just said it too. I was managing risk as well. Keep the risk management on at all times. Protect your money. I mean, if you think about it, guys, you are in direct control of how much you make or lose. No, we don't get to tell the candlesticks to move when we want. No, we're not market makers. We're not big money or anything, you know. But you are in direct control of how much you are risking. Take your time, Oscar. I just went through a huge explanation on how to break down levels for day trading using just the daily time frame to help you out on smaller time frames. Take time. Go through as many charts as you can, man. Seriously, try to go through some left to right. Get those levels going and review multiple days of the smaller time frames. I'm new to your channel. You are doing great work, bro. Keep it up. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot. That really does mean a lot to me. This is our first public week doing these streams. I haven't streamed in a very long time. We've mainly been kind of keeping it private to just my Discord and to other Discords. But I am slowly bringing these out to the public, and they will stay public. I'm really happy for the amount of support that we've gotten. Appreciate all of you. This is not possible without you.
Meta coming back up for a triple top on intraday. If we can pop it. Or if it rejects. I got a question. When you did the levels, why did you start them so far back for day trading? He does that because price history repeats itself and price information. Like, let's say if you don't have any levels, it's going to repeat itself. Because if I'm a buyer of a stock, right? Let's say I buy a stock at $50 and it sells off or goes up a whole bunch from there's still people that bought and sold them stocks at that spot. So you might have bag holders, you might have people that they want to get in at that point. So the price and volume history definitely shows our areas of importance.
And short answer, it's the first time price ever hit that. I like to use it like a book, left to right. This is the first time price ever hit this spot, so it's going to be very useful going into the future. It's a very strong level of price history. And if you don't believe me, add the levels yourself and back test it. Trust me. You will review it and you'll be like, damn. You'll even be shocked sometimes, like, wow, these levels really work super well. I, to this day, still say the same thing. It's just crazy seeing how accurate these levels really are. But as you can see, all my levels are from the far left of the chart. Sometimes, like on SPY, you're only going to see it go back to like 2020 in its worst cases. But like charts like the dollar, I'm grabbing levels on the monthly from 2000, from 1999 to 2001, 2002. You know, so some charts it's going to be just a couple years ago. Some charts it's going to be a long time ago. And in some special cases, and somebody brought this up the other day when I was explaining it on the trade floor the other day. If you can go back to my last night's conversation on trade floor. I was covering that some charts don't have that. Some charts don't have that far left side of the chart. Some of them are making new lows, and that's when we have to use basing or psychological levels to give us our more important levels. But that's the short answer on why we grab levels so far away. It's just price history. It's the first time price ever went there. There is no average, Chris. Some charts, like I just said, you're going to go back like a year or two. Some charts are going to have to go back like 15 years, depending on when was the first time price was ever in that area. And that's why I kind of stick to this list of stocks. I don't have that problem with any of these. You can see, I'll show you all of them. AMD, far left. Tesla, far left. Apple, far left. Nvidia, Amazon. Amazon's a little different. Oh, that's the monthly, that's why. Netflix, you see, I'm having to go back to like... I'm back in 2017, 2018. I'm not even into 2019 with these levels yet. As you can see, I need to add some now. We're getting pretty close to the top. But it's because it's the first time prices ever approached that. That's the short answer. There's nothing really more to break down on that. And yeah, it's not meant for the daily. This is just you drawing it here. It's meant for the smaller time frames. If you're a 5-minute guy, a 3-minute guy, a 1-minute guy, a 15, 20-minute, 10-minute, 30-minute guy, take it that way. Would you chart SPY futures the same way? Yes, I would. And my SPY futures are charted that way. Which one am I on? All right, these are the weekly. I'll show you the default. Max, you can see all my levels are from the far left. I have a couple of drawings here that I just kind of use for fun. But I don't really look at SPY futures as much. I mainly use them to just look at the daily time frame. These are all weekly levels. I'll show you. Weekly. And it gets a little hard to look at, but trust me, the more you get good at kind of syncing down what levels to grab, when there's a large area, when to add that halfway point, the more you're going to start visualizing price action a little bit better too, because you'll start to realize you're grabbing levels of high importance. No problem, Casso. I just have never had anybody ask me that exact question that way. So at first I was like, what? But I got what you meant, though. Any suggestion how to grow if you can only trade 3 days options? And everybody, give your free advice on Salam's question there, but my advice is to take things slow. There is no need to even use 3 options every single day.
If you're referring to the like the pattern J trading rule of 3 trades a week, you can switch to a cash account broker,
which will get rid of that.
Yeah, which will get rid of that. Because yeah, it can be very frustrating only being able to do 3 day trades in a week.
Handcuffed. Are you auto-turning your drawings on and off? If so, would you mind sharing how you're doing that? I'll go over a couple settings that I like to use. The one you're referring to, though, is... oh, you're not referring to that. You're referring to this. Drawing. So this is like where my daily levels are. And I'll go really slow so everybody understands what I'm coming from. But the daily levels, the ones I just showed you I was drawing, right? These are levels that I have for the daily time frame to help me out on the smaller time frame. So I keep that on the default setting. And you can go over to this drawing setting and you can add drawings, delete drawings, rechange them, edit them all you want. But then I go to this one, my monthly, and this is where I have my levels from the monthly time frame, the emerging candles, the halfway points, all that good stuff to help me out when I want to view TA on the bigger time frames, like the daily. The dailies were my bread and butter for checking out bigger time frame TA plus swing trades. So I'm just switching to that. I'm not really turning them on and off. You can have a blank one if you want. You know, just leave it on blank whenever you go to it, so you can just view it how it is. But that's all I'm utilizing. I'm just utilizing my my drawing sets. So be sure to utilize that. It's definitely one of the best settings I've ever seen in TOS. And then how I was snapping the levels so fast, if you want to use that setting, snap drawings to open, high, low, close. Normally it's on none or even bar center, I've seen in some cases. Change it to OHLC, click apply, and then click OK. And then the only tertiary setting I would turn on besides the drawing sets and that one is this right here, my tools on each chart. Make sure to click that, apply, and click OK, and you'll have this pop up, this cog wheel pop up. Click it, and you can edit any of these buttons. You can change them to a strategy. You can change them to an indicator. I mainly use them for my drawing tools so I can access it a lot quicker instead of going down to here or using hotkeys. I like using this to kind of click on it so you guys see me clicking on it. You see what I'm going for. But that's all you saw me use. But if you wanted to, you could have it to where it turns it on and off. To where you have it with your levels, and then you could turn it to a chart that doesn't have any levels on it. Or indicators even, you know. But I think that's what you saw me do, Joseph. Excuse me. Serious Profit. I went to, I think it's before you open TOS, you can click customize, and I changed a lot of my colors. Because normally this background's not black. It's normally like white here or something. So I changed this to black. I changed a lot of the backgrounds to black, and I changed these colors to change and to my yellow. I don't remember exactly how I did it though. I'm pretty sure if you go to setup application settings and you go to look and feel, you have to go to here and find it somewhere, but it's in here. You can do the preview and all that. But I did custom dark 1, large font size, tight spacing. Therefore, I get bigger text, but it's closer together so I can fit more on my screen. So it's easy to see, but there's a lot more information there. But I think this is the page I went to, so go mess with that. You can even see the preview. I don't remember exactly what I turned on. That was a very long time ago. But that was definitely the screen I was on. Oh, maybe you just didn't see me do it then, Joseph. Because yeah, I don't have any auto button to turn everything off and on. I was probably just clicking this really quick. I have been using it for a bit now, so I am a lot easier at clicking it now. But great questions, guys. Thank you guys for asking that. I'm always happy to answer questions at any time, too. If you ever have a question like, Bueller, where are you getting this 403.49 level from? I'll color code it. We'll go check it out where I'm getting it from. And I'll explain my reasoning on why I have it there. So be sure to ask any questions you guys want. We're definitely an open book. If there's one thing to take away from me, it's that I have a consistent routine. I consistently follow the same information. I never stray away from what I'm looking at. You're never going to pull me away from what I have now. We do have trade ideas. You could say quotation signals all you want. But what we like to focus on is creating self-sufficient leaders, not sheep who want to just follow signals and make money. I want to help people grow. I want you guys to understand why you want to take a trade, the risk reward behind it, so you can be as confident as people like Mel and other traders that we've seen, like Fan Fang. You know, he didn't just take that trade with pure confidence because he was wanting to make a bunch of money. He took that trade because he liked the opportunity that was given to him, and since he's looked at it so much, he had the confidence to put in more money to get that trade. You know, so this is what you got to work towards, not wanting to make more money just to make more money. You should want to find good opportunity and just trade it. You know, whatever, however much you make, who cares? Are we now retesting 40732 then all the way down? What do you think? So earlier I said this. I said after this big pull down, we'll most likely retest this level, and we have done that. But since then, we've been stuck inside of this range. This was the main scenario I said that could happen if we end up doing this whole drop and retest move, because nobody has control. And after yesterday's big move, we don't have to have a big day today. We could just have a day that sits inside of a range. So I'm really not that surprised that we're still inside of this 405, 407 area. If you go back, check the tape on the stream, I did in fact cover this to just kind of sit here just because we don't have to have a big day. And that's why I keep reverting over to this bigger time frame chart, is because we don't have to go anywhere. We filled the gap now, which was the big thing to do. We basically filled it in the extended hours. Today opened a little bit higher. We're finishing a little bit lower, but we really haven't gone anywhere. You know, we're just kind of stuck up here against resistance, but also because we're a little tired. So I would say more or less we're a little tired. But yes, that is very possible Harby. We could definitely reject that level that we're looking at now. And if we in fact break 405s, we will probably test 402, 403 area.
I think we have, what, one little more data point tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you clear all drawings and redraw every Sunday? Normally I do, because it's a really good routine. Lately I haven't been, because it's been really easy for me to just to share out all my chart links. So on Sundays you'll see me share my chart links. But that is a very good practice though, Oscar. Every Sunday, clear every level from every chart and just start over. So give yourself I would do two things. I would create one really short watch list, and then I would make a really long watch list. And slowly try to build off of that. But that is a very good routine, though, Oscar, re-clearing them every Sunday and kind of making that part of your routine once a week. One, it's really good for practice. You'll get better at drawing the levels, seeing them a lot quicker, understanding the importance of them as you view them from your bigger down to your smaller time frame. You'll also, over time, start to realize how important open and closes are. And this is why I always tell you guys the open of previous day, the close of previous day, and the open of your current day are three of your most important short-term pivot points, because they are very important. Like tomorrow, if we were to get a lower open, right? Let's say tomorrow opens a little lower, so we start right here. What is the level I'm going to be looking out for? Who can answer logically where my cursor is? Let's say we open here tomorrow. What is the next level that I'm going to be looking at for us to move lower? Who can see this? It's right there, clear as day. The level is not marked. Give you a little a key hint. But let's say we open lower. What is the next spot I'm looking at for us to push back lower? Again, it's not marked on the chart, so if you're answering one that's on the chart, it's probably wrong. 401's a good answer, but that's not what I'm looking for. For short-term price action, we open lower. What am I looking at? Today's low and today's close. Great answer, Charlie. We're going to be looking at, as Roman just said, previous day low. So tomorrow, I'll be looking at this level right here. If we can break this level, about 404.70, that's that 405 we're stuck at today, then this is where I'll be looking at. So if we get a lower open, let's say this is how today closes, just scenarios. It opens lower. We're going to be looking at that level to move lower, right? And then we're going to be looking to go test this spot, that exact 403 area that Muno just said, Casso just said. We'll be looking at that 403, the area that we were looking at to break above to go fill that gap. We just did that, so that will be the first main target to look for, as well as that 401 and possibly 400. So there's a lot of levels to look up against right now, but see how the bigger time frame price action helps instill a kind of an initial trade plan going into the day? It really does kind of give you that initial start to, all right, this is what I can look for. And that already right there, you're already doing 90% more work than most traders. Most people do not look to prepare themselves beforehand. They just jump into things because they think they know what they're looking at. You should always prepare yourself regardless of how confident you are, regardless of how seasoned of a trader you are. But correct. What's up, Mel? I stayed on just for you, man. Why not the high of the fourth bar preceding the current bar? Which candle do you mean? I'm sorry, that didn't really connect to me that well. Thanks, bro. I bought a 406.70 contracts and it's already gave 17%. Just closed my positions. Round of applause for Harby. A Harby. Round of applause for you, man. Very happy to see your gains, man. Only one candle, too. Very good scalp, then. I'm very happy to see that. A quick in and out with for sure gains. And don't ever look back at that and say, man, that's a small gain. 17%, man. That's a beautiful sized gain.
20% a day keeps the 9 to 5 away. I'm really liking if we're just going to finish up in this range today.
Fang, you're saying why would not wait for this candle for the break of that? That is a great level to look at. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying the one you would want to look under first would be the low of today to reach that spot that you're looking at. That was my only thing. I wasn't saying that was wrong. I was just saying the first one you want to look for would be today's low to break under. But that would be the more important spot to look for, because this is where we jumped from. So this is most likely where it wants to return to. I was just pointing out if we opened lower, what's a short-term indication you can look under. That was it. You're still technically correct. I'm not saying you're wrong, because you're not. That's a good answer. No problem, boss. You were going to answer that next. Can you bring Mr. Fib to the retracement live, as I don't understand unless you know how to add it to the toolbox? Only 1 minute candle, bro. Well, good stuff, Harby. Don't feel that you need to keep, exposing yourself to the market if you've taken such a successful trade, especially this late in the day. It's lunchtime. If pre-market high is above yesterday's high, does it overrule yesterday? Yes. Pre-market high would be your better level to focus on. Now, if you have room between your previous day high or previous day close with the pre-market high well above it, you could take those as initial breakouts and use that pre-market high as a target. But yes, the farther out one would need to be your more important open range breakout level. Great question, John. Driving home and listening. Be safe, man. I hope you're wearing a seatbelt, Clive. You better be. I'm really happy we got to kind of clear off SPY. We basically recharted the entirety of it. So hopefully the ones that were here paying attention, hopefully you guys got something out of that. I told y'all we'd get a longer stream in today. We're almost at 4.5 hours already.
Sir.
You can step out whenever you need to, Devin. You don't need to sit in here forever if you don't.
Man, I'm just waiting on you to play Call of Duty. What do you mean?
When trading intraday, is the pre-market high low most important, but when looking at the next day, then the previous high most important to start with? It depends what's outside of what, Steven. As I just explained to John as well. Because both are equally important.
Yeah, I'm still here. It's just there's nothing moving, so there's nothing to call out. There's not not that anyone that's took scalps in the last. If you got trade plans and setups, take them. But for me personally, there's just not. I've made my money on the day and just chilling. Like what we're setting up for tomorrow that we haven't really sold off or broke up. So this nice little tight range today could set us up really nice for tomorrow.
All right, Mel, if you end up joining the Discord, check out this channel if you sign up or whatever. Let me know if you see it or not. But this is one place you can check. I only have a few videos on fib retracements on my channel, but there's a few ways of using them. It just kind of depends on what you're trying to look for. So there's a correct way to use them that my boy Leland ends up going over. But I'll show you the two-way, or you've already seen one of the ways. One of the ways I use fibs is to get that halfway level when I draw those levels from the far left. The only other way I personally use fibs, and there's a million ways to use them, the one way I personally use them is when we make a breakout and then we make a new low. So let's say, like right here. So let's say we would have broke out. Let me do this. I'm going to try to give you a clean picture on this. Remove that junk. All right, so let's say we broke this level, right, Mel, and we made a high all the way up to 411.19. Let's say that's where this candle pushed up and they rallied to it, right? Before slowing down, finally producing a red candle or some sort of indication that they are finally going to slow down, right? Then the one thing I'm going to look for after seeing a bullish breakout above that pre-market high is, can they pull back down to the 50%, which is just a fancy way of saying the halfway point, a very strong level, or the golden pocket. Even algos use this range for catching reversals or catching pullbacks or indicating that it does want to pull back more. So if you see this range break, you're just seeing a short-term pullback break lower to the more long-term pullback, the area in which it jumped from, which you and me know as well, this is a very solid retest point. A good short-term retest point, because you don't always get rallies that rally into this level. You don't always get rallies that go perfectly back to that level. You're going to get rallies that just want to go to a short-term spot and then bounce again, right? This is how I like to use them. I just go from the point of the breakout to the high that we make of that first move, the initial breakout, and then I like to pay attention to the pullback that occurs afterwards, and then I try to look for moves there. That's the main way I personally use fibs, or for open range breakouts, to see what kind of pullback we're getting. Take care of yourself, bro. You've been talking nonstop 4 hours. I really have been, haven't I? But that's the one main way I use fibs. And the reason I showed you Leland's info is because I want to show you there is more ways of using them. I just use them in the most basic fashion. I'm a very basic fib trader. I really don't use them that much. But that's the main reason I use them. And if you were wanting to know how to get them on here, you could just click that cogwheel after adding that study on. You go to on each chart, my tools, apply, okay. And then you can add Fibonacci retracements as a tool on your toolbar. And guys, as I'm talking, we're finally getting SPY breaking 407.50s, giving buyers room to the two areas I've been mentioning this morning. The one spot is you want to see them break the previous day high and close. So they need to break above that to get any movement, right? So then where can they head? Well, they have the pre-market high to worry about and our initial break to that open. So we had open down to this area. So we have a larger area that price will most likely go into from our pre-market high, from our today's open, and from that initial 10-minute drop that we had that ended up bouncing and then reversing down there at about the 407s, or 408, sorry. And now we're pushing up to that. So this is where they're most likely headed. But like I said, not really anything crazy. It's all still inside of the range. I just showed you, Mel. I showed you a cleaner version of it because we don't really have a great opportunity here. If I grabbed it from here, which I think I did show this one earlier, we fell from the 408s when we had that first 10-minute support. This is where I was looking for those shorts when we were all trading together. And we fell all the way to here, and it didn't really give me anything crazy, so I didn't really pay attention to today's fib on this one. Plus, it really wasn't that big of an open range breakout. We only really broke out from here. You know, so I really needed to be grabbing it from here to here, and that really wasn't useful either. So, like I said, it really wasn't useful for today's price action, today's breakout. I did use it for yesterday's, though. When we rallied above that pre-market high, or that support we had, I was paying attention yesterday to see what kind of retracement can we have. Sorry for all my zoom-ins. I'm trying to give you a better picture here. But from the point of the breakout to the first slowdown that we had, that first high, which it's really not even there, it's right here. I wanted to see can we pull back to those pullback spots. We ended up doing just that. We had a pretty rapid reversal, but they still held a good short-term retracement. So they hit both the healthy retracement and the short-term retracement, and this is what gave buyers a secondary chance of moving higher. They ended up breaking that high, rising volume candle to candle, and it gave buyers a really good strength into higher highs. But now I've shown you an example to the upside, the downside. I showed you another one here. I even did my own drawing. And we can go over more as I see them, of course, as more markets pop up and more days pop up and we're looking at more stuff. You'll definitely see me draw them just by natural habit. But I just didn't see the point of drawing it today. Like I said, I'm a very basic fib guy. You don't see me use fibs a whole lot. That's why I was kind of referring you to the Fibonacci information by Leland. We even have a, I'll link it, but we have a Fibonacci quiz you can even take. Again, that's in the BB Bootcamp channel. You go here, we got a one quiz for understanding options. I made this one myself. There's like 50 questions in this one, so have fun with that one. The candlesticks, volume, and fibs. This one's very short, but it has a load of information in it. You don't have to, Alan. We have one as well.
Yeah, there's a couple different spots you can grab it.
But feel free to share it if you want to, Alan. But the indicator for adding the levels for you, it's out there already. But feel free to share yours as well. I'm not bashing or anything. Then we have the day trading with the levels and another day trading with the levels. These are both short quizzes, but they're very, very nice to just kind of practice with, not just drawing the levels, but also answering about them. No, you're good, Alan. Feel free to share it still. I'd love to see yours. I don't even know if I have mine saved anymore because I just don't use it.
Even send you mine. Mine's a little bit different than Josh's. Mine's all color coded and pretty.
There's even some that add standard deviations outside of it to give you kind of outside targets as well. There's a couple indicators out there though. I just don't like having the indicator on my screen, Alan, because I like to do the drawing. I like to do the work to get my levels and stuff because it's really good practice. If people like to look at the indicator because it's a little bit more comfortable, it's a little bit more relaxing, you don't have to do as much maintenance, then be my guest. I'd love that you guys would love to try that. But overall, I just like doing it myself because it gives me good practice. I feel like I'm more in control when I do it that way. But it is nice to have those levels laid out for you kind of automatically. But feel free to share regardless. And the link I just shared was the quiz to the candlesticks, volumes, and fibs. So definitely check out that quiz if you guys are looking to grow. Still got 100 people in here. I'm very impressed. How is everyone doing? How's the stream so far? We've been going for about 4.5 hours, a little over 4.5 hours. And it's a little past noon Central Standard Time. There you go, Mel. There's another way of successfully using it, and I think Leland does that as well. But like I said, I'm very basic on fibs. I don't use them too much. But that sounds like a really good strategy. Again, using the entirety of the move, and that's kind of what I was testing with on this chart for fun. But if you go from the COVID low to the recent all-time high we just made on SPY with the fib, COVID low to all-time high, this is actually where that recent low was made at 349. So it's very useful for bigger time frame analysis, smaller time frame pullbacks. Like you said, going from the low to the high and then trading from one fib to the next. That's an amazing strategy. Like I said, there's a million ways to use them.
I'm going some snow. Sheesh, where you at?
But awesome, though, Mel. I can't wait to see more of your breakdowns on that. That sounds very interesting. Damn, Moon, you're really putting in the work and still listening. Stream's great. Green today. Chilling. Listening and learning. I'm very glad that you're going to keep future streams open to the public. You're providing awesome value. Thank you, man. I appreciate the support.
Some people paying attention to snow today. It's almost that new high day. Trying to break out.
Awesome, Muhammad. I love your mindset, man. Hmm. Whoa, bunch of comments loaded in. Jesus. I have removed all my indicators and just playing levels and fibs. Awesome, Muhammad. And even if you do add them back later, that's totally fine. But it is kind of nice just to... it's just kind of nice to pay attention to the chart kind of naked. Just kind of watching the levels by themselves. And then if you want to put them back on, be my guest. I mean, again, I'm not hating on indicators, but it is kind of nice to review without them for a while, just to kind of give you that raw structure. And yes, I will be doing more. They're public from now on, FanFang. We made a huge change today. I messaged a lot of really cool traders and people today and had a lot of really cool support, so I am going to continue doing my streams publicly. These will be public every week. I think 2023 is our year. Or, yeah, 2023. I had a huge conversation with a lot of people on Twitter. I'll just show y'all. I forget I can just show y'all stuff now. But going over to Twitter. Go to my profile. Load, please. Here it is. Which I got a huge amount of feedback on. I don't think I've ever gotten that many likes on something before. And I basically was asking what do people think about doing streams publicly from now on. And I got a bunch of really good feedback. Some of you guys are in here. I think Tobias's comment somewhere. Here's Sko. Yeah, here's Tobias right here. Let's give him a follow. Okay, yeah, I followed. You know, giving good feedback on the positives, the negatives, what to aim for. And I am going to keep it as mature as I possibly can. He made a really good point on this. Depends on the chat quality. Because I don't want spoon feeding. I don't want to have this like, all right, you guys join in and we're like, all right, guys, grab SPY 402 calls at this expiration, at this strike. All right, start to scale. We're not going to do that. We're here to make self-sufficient traders. We're here to grow people. We're not going to be spoon feeding. You can see I even said I won't let it turn into spoon feeding. So that was a big thing. But I had a lot of really good feedback on the Twitter. I don't really do my Instagram for this kind of stuff. My Instagram is literally just for like memes and stuff. So check that out if you can. It's just a funny page. I'm not really serious on it. But yeah. So that was kind of where that conversation stemmed from. All right, fine, Keanu. I will look at AMC. So we did look at it a couple days ago, and I said I do not see the point in shorting it any further just because it's so low in its chart. So the risk reward for shorts are not there. And before getting that risk reward, I would say you'd probably want to wait till you get to the top of this gap here. To the top, I mean the bottom, top where this is. But you want to see you get up to the 10s or 11s, and then you want to start to look for shorting opportunities unless it penetrates that $12 area in which it can start to build into that gap fill. No, it will not fill that all in one day. You'll probably see it staircase over a certain amount of time. But overall, you possibly can see it push back into that gap range. Also, while we're sitting here staring at this, who can tell me, 1 or 2, 1 being the top of this, 2 being the bottom, from a swing trader's perspective, when looking for patterns on the bigger time frames, who has better risk reward, 1 or 2, when looking at bearish candlesticks? If you're looking for a bearish candlestick, where would they have better risk reward? Mel, don't answer, because Mel will give you all the right answer straight away. But who has better risk reward at 1 or 2? Give me those answers. Do bears have better control at 1 or bulls have better control at 1? And vice versa. Who has the better risk reward? Do you chart in your dreams like in bed at night? Exactly. 1. 1 would be a better place for bears. Because they have more downside potential in this uptrend channel. Vice versa for number 2, bulls would have better risk reward at this spot. So this is how you should view price action patterns or just candlestick patterns in general when you're looking at certain outside pattern like a channel or you like that it's up against a good resistance. That's where you would want to look for better candlestick patterns or just better patterns in general. But since I saw that, I thought I'd ask y'all, because why not? But 100% correct. Y'all are right on that. Great work.
Amazon finally breaking its little range that it's been having here for a while to the downside. We're breaking pre-market low. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, Mel, I knew you would have the correct answers instantly, so I wanted you not to answer, just because I know that that's how you look at price action, so that would be just like a playbook for you, really. We do have a kind of a channel forming here, though, guys. Even if you don't if you're like me, you don't like drawing channels, we do have kind of a slight channel forming here. Gotta leave again. Always wear my seatbelt. Catch you tomorrow, and thank you. See you later, Clive. Have a great rest of your day, man. And thank you guys so much for the amount of likes today. I really genuinely do aim for just 50 likes, and the fact that we almost tripled the amount of likes that we have that I was aiming for is just mad impressive. So I'm very honored to be here with you all, and thank you guys for the support, seriously. Like I said before, I'm nothing without y'all. I appreciate the support, the amount of effort you guys also give into these streams, and I can't wait to keep doing these. I can't wait to open your minds to more trades, to limiting yourself, really, to taking passive opportunity, and then growing your confidence over time. Being able to take those trades like you guys saw Mel taking, like you saw Fan Fang taking, like Devin takes, like I take. Give yourself a lot more confidence over time. And yep, Naves, you got it. Bulls at 2. Maybe there's some stream delay.
You gonna power through power hour, Josh?
Hell no. I just have a lot of energy today. I didn't even sleep that long either. That's the weird part. I was just super excited. I think it was from the pump from yesterday, and then honestly just the feedback that I've gotten on multiple social media platforms. It gives me the energy to want to be here. I appreciate that people like to be here. I like to be here. Even if it's boring price action, it's still nice to just kind of watch, see how things play out. It's kind of nice to go over things, see people's questions, go over people's trade reviews. And I am on my other screen watching the daily time frame more than anything. I just kind of have this up in this kind of manner right here. Just kind of watching it like this. But it's honestly just, it's energetic to have you guys in here. Shut up, Keanu.
Yes. I'm telling you, that's half his long term. He just ain't telling us.
So SK, I don't know if you were the person who asked before, but somebody asked me a couple days ago to go over it, and I was basically just kind of covering my main levels. I think I have these from the monthly. Yeah, there has to be. Yeah, so all of my levels are from the monthly. I only grabbed a couple halfway points, and this just kind of gave me a vague look at everything. But we are near crazy support long term for TLT, which is the 20-year. You go down to the daily, and the one thing I covered, I think it was a day or two, maybe it was even 3 days ago. I'm not really sure because I don't look at this every day. But it looks like, from what I was talking about, we ended up going up, filling that gap. We came back down, and I think the things I was saying was to watch this support. If we end up holding it, you will get a bounce. If not, you'll probably sell back off and probably need to test this support here, kind of where they retested here and bounced. So if we ended up losing 101, you'd probably be seeing 100 get tested today. They ended up doing a bullish engulfing previous day, and we got a gap up, a good higher open that broke this recent resistance here at about 103.50s. So there's actually pretty good chance they go up and smack 104.30s like they just did today, or the 105.70s, the next monthly time frame level. So they already have gotten a pretty good increase from that support. So they broke out, they retested, and now they bounce. This is a very strong bullish move by TLT. I don't know if you're bearish or bullish or if you're in anything on it. That's just from the information I had covered. I was just kind of going over that gap fill. I think that was 2 days ago. I don't think that was yesterday. I want to say it was on this red day because this was kind of where people were indecisive. And I was just letting them know, you know, watch for it to probably bounce here or to look for it to fade under that level. There was really only two options it could do there. Yeah, Joseph, I ended up pulling up the a non-copyrighted music hip-hop tab on YouTube instead of the Japanese lo-fi. I'm sure you guys have heard enough of that by now. I definitely have. I've memorized every song and there's no words in them. But SK, what's your thoughts on it? What were you looking at? Thank you, Devin. I could not click that quick enough. I missed the link for the free.
You ain't missing out on nothing.
That's too good. Oh, that's too funny. Pike, the true loss was not getting the link. All right, King Kobina. So, and I'm not here to like jump onto you, but I did just go over all of this. So go back in the stream. We also have, and I'll just show you. I don't know why I keep doing that. I'll literally just show you. So I'm not going to repeat myself again because I literally did just go over it. So go back in the stream a little bit where I was redrawing my levels. I even covered the types of entries, and it's totally fine. You tuned in late, totally fine. I'm not beating you up for it. But check out this video, workshop number 11. This is by far the greatest explanation I can give you that's as of recent, and this gives you everything. It's about 44 minutes long, but it gives you literally everything. So I would check that out, as well as the playlist. I have an entire playlist for, or let me just go to home. This one right here, technical analysis routines. This is how I get my levels, basically all the ins and outs. Some longer videos that cover various topics. Day trading, I mean, simplistic label there. Same thing for swing trading videos, all kinds of videos, and then of course popular, and then the full collection of the 300 plus videos. So definitely work your way through some of those. But go back, like, how long ago was that, guys? Like 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago? Go back a little bit into the stream, and I literally clear my SPY chart, and I start it over. I show you how I get the levels, and I go back down into the onto the smaller time frames, and I break down what is what are the two types of entries that we like to limit ourselves to when looking at it. The link's right here, Mohammed. I put all my links on my YouTube again. They haven't been on there for like 5 months now, but you can click any of these links. Mel, where'd you post it at? I don't know where you're at. It was about an hour ago. All right, so King Kobina, go back about an hour. Oscar here trying to help me out too, where I did all of that. I did go over it every single day though, so if you catch another stream, I'll be sure to answer you again. I thought this would be short-term top and retracement might happen tomorrow, but look bullish. Have a leap option. Just today turned green, TLT. Oh, okay. So you're looking for a long-term outlook for it to continue rising then. Which, if you want to talk about risk-reward, it has way better reward for bulls down there. But Mel, where'd you post your fibs? I really wanted to look at that. Is it on Twitter, or did you tag me somewhere on Discord? I'd love to see where your fib is, though. And thank you, Oscar, for trying to help me out, because I was kind of brain farting there.
What's that?
What's up? Are you messing with me? You said, I post it. Please look at my fib if it's good. I'm just asking you, where did you post it? I'm not in a WhatsApp.
There's a Bueller boss in WhatsApp scamming. Oh, man.
Wouldn't be the first.
Right.
Wow, we're still here. B, are you streaming the entire day today? No, I am not. I just wanted to go a little longer because I cut yesterday's stream. Not short, but shorter than I wanted. I'll probably be ending it pretty soon. But we never dropped off in viewers, so... And I have a lot of people still replying, asking questions, so I'm just kind of going with the flow. I don't really want to set a routine of like, alright, I'm ending it here.
Edward, if you go back into the stream today, he went over all the Discord channels in pretty good detail.
Yeah,
I don't know the exact timestamp, but it's back through there.
Awesome, King. Thank you. Yeah, Mel, I'm trying to tell you, I don't have WhatsApp. I don't even know where you're sending this. I don't have WhatsApp. I don't have that.
Do you mean in what app, or because I'm...
Oh, if you're asking me in what app, you can send it to me on Instagram, Discord, Twitter. You can send it to me on anything. Yeah, Keanu's the what's. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even have that downloaded.
I was about to say I don't know anybody that uses that. I guess Keanu does.
It's just a more vague question, Stable Hacks. I do understand what you're asking, because you are correct. But it's more just trying to get you to the more vague answer of which one has more decay or less decay, using the days, because you are correct. Yes, it could. It is a pretty good angled potential inverse head and shoulders, but you could also sit here and say that it's also a good bear flag because you have a good drop to the downside, and we have a slight channel moving upwards without really breaking anything crazy. So it's kind of a mix of both, Fan Fang, which is why I'm not sitting here calling it just one or the other. I just sent him crypto. He asked for it. No problem. And yeah, Edward, take time to look through the stream today, but just for a quick rundown one more time, go into the chat, and you need to first just check Fact Channel. I did update some stuff, memberships, educational section, and there is a decent breakdown on most of the channels, but not every channel. It's a lot to type. But I did go through basically everything today in stream. Oh, that's what I can do. I need to get a new invite link for that. There we go. It's fixed.
Yeah, I can't see Disney buying anything else, Keanu, so that I could definitely see that being a rumor. They've already kind of spent a lot of their free cash. Roblox is a good company.
Terry, there's multiple channels to watch trades with. Top Watches, BB Bot. You could watch some on my channel. A lot of people post their trades on Trade Floor. There's a few people who actively post their trades, Seamergy. Seamergy does really good with it right here. He posts a lot. A lot of members, because I don't train sheep. I train leaders. So a lot of my members are not just posting little info. They're posting big info. So definitely check out those few channels. But there's a lot to look at. Take time to... Oh, one more thing before I get off this. Because I don't want to have to explain this a million more times. Anytime you're in a channel in my chat, look for the pinned messages. There's normally a huge layer of messages that'll give you information, all kinds of different tips. What is the channel you're looking at? All kinds of extra information like this one. Here's my checklist. Complete the course. Take the quizzes. Check out the workshop classes. We have YouTube playlists. Review the volume and fibs channel. The BB Trading Strategies channel. That's this right here. It's this channel where I literally lay out most of our trading strategies to the T with full-on breakdowns. The next one, patterns, plus the pattern trading channel, free educational server, the BB stream clip. There's just so much stuff we have. So take your time. There's a lot of info to look at. No problem, man. But there's just so much info. I really would focus first on how we trade in here, and I think you'll have a lot better time taking trades with us, taking trades without us, finding different ideas. So try to build yourself up to be a little more self-sufficient first, and then you can aim towards, all right, I'll take this on my own, or I'll look for a signal. As you can see, we're very minimal on quantity of signals. We focus on quality. Plus the streams, those are my big main focus, but there is still a load amount of information we like to provide for the group. But guys, we've been going for a little over 5 hours. I think I am finally going to end it here. The next bigger move, and we talked about this, we do this every day in the stream. I talk about it beforehand. At the end of the stream, I'll break down what's possible for the rest of the day as well as the rest of the week on bigger and smaller time frames. I'm going to do the same right now. So let's do one more breakdown. So remember what I said on the dollar, guys. I said if it breaks 104.60s, we are more bullish on equities. If we retest this level as resistance and keep pushing lower, that's even a stronger indication that bulls on the overall market want to continue higher. Now, SPY on the bigger time frame. Let's cover that real quick, and then we'll do the smaller. SPY on the bigger time frame. There's a couple things we're looking for. Let me remove this so I can keep it clean. All right. So tomorrow's open is really going to be the biggest indication of what's possible. If we get a lower open, as long as we reject these levels, we can short down to the lower 400s, and we have that 403 in sight. We have 401.60, 398. We got all these levels down here. So a lower open would bring that. A higher open, we need to basically do the opposite. As long as we hold these levels of support, we can continue higher. Now, there's less probability of that because of the amount of movement we've already gotten. So probably we'll go retest this first before getting that better breakout. But overall, at least we know what sides to look out for, regardless if we're bullish or bearish. So let's go down to the smaller time frames. Smaller time frames, let me switch my chart real quick. Smaller time frames, you basically are not going to get a good move until it breaks out of the 408.50s and possibly 410s. You might even just want to wait for that. But as you can see, we are in a bit of a kind of channel here. You got a big drop, and you got a nice little channel forming here. So you got kind of a bear flag forming at the same time. But as Fan Fang pointed out, you also kind of have a little inverse look to it. So we're basically stuck in range. That's what I said earlier today. But overall, the next bigger move you're going to look out for is past this area for bulls or under 405 for bears. I do believe we'll break 405s and probably test this before the end of the day. But worst case scenario, we just sit inside of this range the rest of the day. So I would keep watch on both of those moves outside to the upside and outside to the downside. But there's a bunch of different areas and a bunch of different moves we can make, as you can see. And this is why I stay as non-biased as I possibly can. There's no point in sitting here and saying bulls are going to do this, bears are going to do this. It's all conditional. It's if this happens, this might happen. If this happens, this might happen. So go off of that. But I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for the crazy amount of support this entire week. We will be streaming tomorrow, so I'll be sure to be in there. And maybe we can have another long stream. But hopefully I see all of you in here tomorrow. Again, I cannot thank you guys enough for the amount of support and the amount of engagement, interactions from each and every one of you. I appreciate literally every single one of you. But I'll see you guys later on. Thank you guys for another successful day of streaming. Be sure to go back and review some of the info. Be sure to join our Discord. Check out the links and the YouTube channel. But we'll see you guys later on. I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and be sure to reach out in case you need anything or just want to talk about something. But I'll be on the trade floor in the Discord if you guys still want to talk. I'll see you guys later on.